just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Alone. Can I make something good out of this? Can I make something good out of this? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You could be late, you could be true. You could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I
One more!
can I make something good out of this?
What is up, people? Can I pretend that something is missing? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit.
Can I make something good out of this?
You could be late, you
Could be true. You could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated
if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate.
but you cannot
Devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. Yo, 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 getting a little bit of a late start tonight, 'cause I fell asleep. Dude, I was so tired. It happens. Hey, you could be late, you could be true, you could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. I want more. I want more. I want more from you, yeah, more. I want more. I want more from you, yeah, more. I want more. I want more from you, yeah, more. I want more. I want more from you, yeah, more. More. I want more. I want more. I want more. More from you, yeah, more. I don't know about you, but I want a little bit more. Just what are you trying to say? I don't know, man. I think I want a little bit of more. Oh! I want more. All right. Dude. Wow. The mayhem. All right. All right. Dude, I always give the classic disclaimer there, because that is the background vocals there by Jason Smith, former bass player of Soul Driver and Full Blown Red. And eventually, he was my roommate. I mean, he was my roommate in LA and my roommate here in Portland. And then he died, dude. He died like, I think the year my solo record came out. he was dead. Isn't that crazy? He died of a heart attack in small town Georgia, right? So he's no longer with us. He's been dead for 21 years. Yeah, rip Jason. He was a troubled guy, man. He really was a troubled dude. But all right, troubled dude. But all right, so I saw somebody in chat talking about the Discord. The Discord is in the description, right? And so just tell people Discord link is down in the description of all the live videos. You know what I'm saying? But what a day, bro. What a crazy day. So, I mean, let's just ease into it. Let's start with, okay, we're going to start with, hold on, I want to make sure. All right, yeah, all the lighting is correct. We're going to start with the viral tweet, okay? Because today started as a viral tweeting day. Now the Michael Cohen video is going nuts, bro. It's the first like banger viral we've had in a little bit. Today, I feel like today was just some kind of crazy cosmic energy. Like a lot of chaos, right? And yes, do smash the like button. Yeah, no, we'll go and look at the donos real quick. Yeah, let's go get those from the beginning. Let's see, let me make sure. The very first one, it looks like was, because some of these will not show up, but the first one was Grando Reaper. Let's go. 8:30 Eastern at Davos will be a train wreck with orange turd speech. His spiral is visceral, scary, overdue. Wish me luck on interview tomorrow, bros. That's from Grando Reaper. Thank you, Grando Reaper. Then we had Scroto Baggins, who said, let's freaking go. Scroto, dude, not to be confused with Bilbo's scrotum, but Scroto Baggins. Scroto T Baggins. Let's go. James gifted that membership. Let's go, James. Thank you. Then Beard said, Tommy, I enjoy the music, your music and your show. Thank you. All right, that's catching us up with, there's Beard right there. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Then we got Beast Nation. Said, hey, Tommy, you know I'm going to catch the replay at work, right? Let's go. Yes, I know. I'm sorry we got a little bit of a late start because I fell asleep, like dead to the wind asleep. I've been, sleeping like 3 hours a day for the last handful of days. And so eventually it just catches up to me and I fall asleep at like 5 p.m. Kimberly says, I love political punk. Let's go. Yay. Thank you, Kimberly. And yeah, I think that catches us up. All right. First off, I will say this. We're gonna look at this tweet. Natalie did post something in the general chat where apparently Hassan was looking at this tweet earlier today. There we are on Hassan's stream, right? This is crazy. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but I will say, if you get a chance to look at these replies, it's pretty funny because Erika Kirk is having an event in 2 days, a big event. All right. There's a big 𝗙PUSA event that is happening that is this right here. And here's the thing. It says Make Heaven Crowded Tour. Oh my God. Right? Featuring Erika Kirk, confirmed speaker. So this is a 𝗙PUSA faith event, and it's called the Make Heaven Crowded Tour, to which I was like, what does that mean? That really sounds a little Jim Jonesy, doesn't it? First off, I like how it's actually in Riverside, California, but they put Los Angeles, California, even though Riverside is like 90 miles from LA or 75 miles. Like it is nearly 2 hours from Los Angeles, but they put Los Angeles, California, right? It's at the Harvest Church in Riverside. Make Heaven Crowded. Now, of course, guys, I was like, does this mean what I think it means? And this started a torrent, guys, just an absolute torrent of responses. Because I asked, do we set up a big ass Kool-Aid stand outside the venue? Because, guys, I think that would be the greatest meme, would be to go and get like a metal bucket of Kool-Aid and just go put it up outside the venue and offer everyone free Kool-Aid and see if you have any takers, right? It would be very interesting. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get to Riverside tomorrow. This thing is tomorrow. But, you know, if it happens, I think I coined the idea. I think it's a great idea. But the replies in here, guys, are amazing. There are so many good replies. Just so many. Dude, I'm like, this is me right now. Dude, there are so many replies in here. Like, I couldn't stop replying to them because they were so good. Okay? And this is highly unusual, right? Did he say the same as me? Let's look at it. Let's see what Hassan said. Because, guys, it is just a crazy concept to say the Make Heaven Crowded tour. Like, what are they doing? And it's not even in LA. And it is just so, like, who does their PR, bro?
Places like my hometown, Seattle, unlivable for those who grew up there. So I support.
Featuring Erika Kirk, confirmed speaker, Make Heaven Crowded. Bro, why do they call it Make Heaven Crowded? It almost feels like a cult. Like they're all going to drink the Kool-Aid and die. Isn't that weird? That's a weird-ass fucking name for a tour. Oh, that's what he said too. Do we set up a big-ass Kool-Aid stand outside the venue?
Voting on a local level for sure. I also suggest if you're watching this and you want to see videos that I've made about dysfunctional blue cities.
Dude, it's so funny. That is one of the most bizarre... That is one of the most bizarre things I have ever seen. Okay. But guys, this is not the only thing that went on today. Today was like viral tweet day. Here, I'm going to put a link to this. If you guys want to look at some of these replies, dude, they're so funny. People came in hot. I mean, if you look at it, it has almost 2,000 replies to 6,000 likes. That's an insane ratio. I have never had a tweet that had so much reply activity because people are like, WTF. Dude, it is so funny, right? I like this guy too. This guy said Jim Jones has entered the chat. And I said, let's make him a mod. Dude, can you read the replies? You can, but I don't really have time to go through them on stream. But there's a link to it if you want to go check them out. They are valid. But dude, oh yeah, Riverside is wild. Riverside is a very different environment. Just for the record, guys, Riverside was one of the few counties that voted for Trump in California. Not by a lot. I think Trump beat Kamala Harris by like 1%. But it's still, that's a big margin for a, outer rim suburb of California. And Riverside is like the meth lab capital of California as well, right? It is, dude, it is wild. Yeah, guys, I don't know what it is. There has been some algorithmic change on Twitter where my Twitter views in the last couple of months have gone through the roof. I don't know what is going on, but Twitter all of a sudden likes me. Right? Somebody like the Twitter algorithmic whatever, they like me again. They did not like me during the election. I don't know if my reach is going to get garbled coming up in this election or not, like it did in 2024. Because in 2024, I basically got erased. But we'll see what happens. But man, so there's a couple other things, though, to look at here online. Something else was obviously the Denmark. I think this is notable here. Okay. Melania Trump's $40 million documentary drama. First Lady's upcoming film struggling to sell tickets before the premiere. It's not materializing. Okay, so this, guys, is a something notable. This movie is crashing out already. They're most certainly, they're going to have to go in and they're probably going to do what Angel Studios does. And I would imagine that one of these right-wing billionaire foundations is going to go and start buying up tickets because nobody wants to see this movie. This was the movie that nobody asked for. This was the movie that I don't even know how much of the MAGA movement wants to see this film. I mean, you know what I'm saying? There is zero desire for her movie, right? You know, I don't really care. Do you? Right? When is it? It comes out in 10 days. Okay, it comes out in 10 days. Now, I will say that I did see somebody online that made a pretty good movie poster, though I think this movie poster is pretty... Dude! Oh, shit! Let me find that one. Oh, that's good. Right here, dude. I think if Melania does this movie poster, isn't that great? Dude, a new film, Melania, 20 Days to History, January 30th. Dude, I saw that one. I thought that was pretty good. And yes, this is the Amazon documentary about her. I mean, because Natalie, it was made by Amazon Studios, but it's not just going to Amazon. It is premiering in the theaters. This is the Amazon documentary. Yeah, nobody really is probably going to go see this thing in the theaters. It is wild. Isn't that a great poster? I think that poster is beautiful. Dance party. Yes, we will dance party. Let's go. Let's get it going. All right. There we go. 30 minutes. But dude, we have a lot to cover tonight. Okay. Oops. What did I do? There we go. All right. Sorry. All right. There we go. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Sneak the showing of it and see how many people are there. Yeah, I can't imagine there's going to be a lot of people there. Okay, I don't anticipate there being a lot of people there. You never know. In some neighborhoods, they might, right? Some neighborhoods, they might. I thought this tweet was pretty good too. This is the entire world, right? Looking at that Trump press conference. Guys, how about that Trump press conference? Wow. 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 I don't even know how to process that Trump presser. I mean, it was such a train wreck that like news outlets just started like tuning off. You know what I mean? His brain is absolutely cooked. His brain is just completely cooked, guys. Yeah, there's no way. I mean, we'll watch like the first couple minutes of it and then we'll look at some clips, but I have to agree with Natalie there, right? There's no way you can watch that Donald Trump presser and think this guy is not completely like gone. Okay, like his brain is floating in bubbling like green curry or something. You know what I mean? It is literally just cooked. It is like a stew pot with a human brain. It's a little like, you know, one of those little governor filters, a steam filter on the back of his head. Dude, Boogie Bucks. Dude, Tuesday Night Fever, let's go. Let's go. Night Fever, Night Fever. Oh. There we go. dude, it was absolutely just cooking. I just instantly thought of this photograph. As soon as I saw it, I was like, OMG, bro. OMG. Dude, other people came in here too. Dude, look at these. This one, that one's good, right? Oh my God, bro. Dude, the internet. Dude, dance, baby, dance. Let's go, Chet. Chetler's in the house. Dude, Kid's Cat. Good old Donnie Smoothbrain. I am telling you guys, the internet has been so satisfying lately. Oh, everybody's putting their Barbie faces. Dude, Trump steaks. Oh my God, dude. They're like, the Barbie faces are crazy. Dude. Oh, dude. Dude. Oh, that's so good. Dude, so good. Oh, man. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Dude, let's go. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, we were killing it. Stella B, dance party. Coming in hot. Dude, Kobe says, Trump backed off last time. The bond market went crazy, but this time he seems more frenetic and stuck in the insanity. What's changed? Is he dying? I mean, guys, he may very well be dying. I know that Keith Edwards had a video. I have not watched it yet, but I did see a Keith Edwards video where he talked to a doctor about him. I think Barbie is my, Repulse Barbie's my favorite. Let's go. Yes, Social Butterfly. Can I just tell you guys, there's a club in Oakland called the Stork Club. Okay. It is sort of, like it's a kind of like Gilman Street, like the venue in Berkeley, except it's like smaller and it is like, you know, a little more punk rock and a little grittier. But the Stork is a place where all the touring bands play. And behind the bar at the Stork Club are like 500 Barbies like in boxes. They were in the boxes, just stacked up behind the bar. And right, it is so amazing. One of the coolest clubs, a lot of red glitter, sequined curtains and shit like that. But a crazy like punk club with all these Barbies in the boxes is really incredible. I always love playing there because I don't know, Barbies, they're kind of like gross toys when you think about it. And yet there's something about the Barbies themselves that I always loved because they were really just sort of gross ways of conditioning women to be socialized, to buy into all of the like social, like, you know, I don't know, the social identity of what a woman was supposed to be, right? We're all contained in these Barbies, right? But when you really look at the Barbies, they kind of look like they're being held captive in all that bullshit, you know? And so I was always oddly fascinated by them because it's like, wow, they're really, really damaging. And yet I love them, you know, because I love fashion and they look like they're trying to escape that stuff. You know, there's just something about them where they look like they want out. And dude, my sisters had like a lot of Barbies. And I was always fixated by them because I feel like they actually made them to have a look like they're trying to get out of this. And of course, the movie Barbie was like easily the best movie of that year, right? You know, and so just craziness, right? Dude, yo, you would like him. You would like to see Trump go behind bars? Let's go. Dude, let's go. Yeah, no, I know. The thing about Trump that's crazy is like, you know, I mean, I'm not going to celebrate his downfall, you know, and, you know, we have to be cognizant of how we respond to things like that on these social platforms because they're going to clamp down hard if you're the type of person who's going to be celebrating those types of things. You got to be careful. You're going to have to moderate that here on the platform, right?
you're going to want to save that sort of, if you have those types of feelings, you're going to want to put them on social platforms that are going to allow such behavior. But it is, you know, something's going on. He is particularly off the rails. His whole administration is particularly off the rails. Like, guys, I think that they are well aware that they are going to get stomped in the midterms. And as a result, I think they are sort of panicking. They are like taking all the brakes off because they know they're about to get jacked in the midterms. And can I show you? So look at this thing, guys. We're going to do a little bit of these intro things before we get to the main stories. But one of these intro things that I think we have to look at is this CNN report. You may or may not have seen this, but there's this CNN clip with this woman about the Iowa Trump voter, okay? And all of the right-wing people, guys, all of the right-wing people have been looking at this. Look at this. Look at what they say. Watch this. Every right-winger, guys, they got their marching orders. This happened earlier today. Look, it says breaking. CNN just sent Democrats into a meltdown after admitting suburban mothers have become major Trump supporters. Trump was right about everything. That's how I'm feeling. But like, guys, let's look at this clip, okay? Just let's watch this clip here.
There's that saying, Trump was right about everything, and that's kind of how I'm feeling right now.
This breakfast conversation, our sixth visit with
Listen
𝗙𝗶𝗟
carefully.
dating back to August 2023. Her shift beyond dramatic. A DeSantis, then a Haley voter, said she would vote for Joe Biden if Trump won the Republican nomination.
A DeSantis, then a Haley voter who said she would vote for Biden in 2020 if Trump won the nomination. So this woman's not a liberal. This woman was never a liberal. This woman was a DeSantis Republican, okay? Which is truly distorted, right? To be a DeSantis Republican, he was talking about his mommy last synapses firing. Let's go, Kobe! Isn't that crazy? She was a DeSantis voter. Now, what's wild about this is how they said this is their sixth meeting with her. This woman got 6 interviews with CNN. Like, why are they interviewing a DeSantis voter on CNN? Like, that's so gross, but watch.
Conversation, our sixth visit with 𝗙𝗎𝗟 dating back to August 2023. Her shift beyond dramatic. A DeSantis, then a Haley voter, said she would vote for Joe Biden if Trump won the Republican nomination. But she changed her mind.
I think Biden probably changed me more than Trump. I think watching nothing be done.
But she changed her mind. Of course she did.
For 4 years about an open border.
Now she gives...
There was not an open border, by the way. I know all of these people keep saying open border, open border. There was not an open border. And by the way, guys, look at where she lives. Look at her kitchen with the marble countertops. She is in Iowa. There are no immigrants in her neighborhood. Not one. If there are any immigrants in her neighborhood, they are like literally cleaning people and or nannies and or doing the gardening and or being taken advantage of because they're having them build shit for their house for like a third of the price. And even then they're like arguing with them and trying to get the bid down. Okay. There's like 0 immigrants in their neighborhood, in their spaces. They are as white. That house is white trim on white walls, on white cabinets with like the marble things, that fucking 16-foot ceilings. Like, what are we talking about?
Trump an A- loves the immigration crackdown. Just closed a big real estate sale and thinks the economy is picking up. 𝗙𝗟𝗏 laughed at Trump's 2020 election fraud claims when we first met. Another big change.
I'm starting to question the election of 2020, right?
He lost the election in 2020.
I don't know.
He lost the election in 2020.
She's like, yeah, I don't know.
Suburbs revolted against Trump in his first midterm, and Democrats are banking on it again. But Republicans don't have to worry about 𝗙𝗏𝗏. She likes Congressman Nunn and loves that her daughters can use a school choice plan.
Yeah, dude, isn't that crazy? But so look at this though, guys. Okay, watch this, because if we look, dude, that house, that kitchen, that shit is moneyed. She lives in an all-white neighborhood. a wealthy white neighborhood in Iowa, okay? And she was a DeSantis voter. But now watch this, guys, okay? The marching orders were crazy, because if we look at CNN, you heard that though, the DeSantis voter. Now look at everybody here. Okay, let me find the right wingers. I guess we're going to have to just look at them by name. Okay, if we look at Nick Sortor, all of the right wing people were posting about this. Hold on, let me do this. Right? Here's Derek Evans. Look, CNN airs a suburban mom saying she's flipped from Biden to Trump. Oh, didn't happen. Okay. Then, of course, you have Gunther the Fraud Eagleman, who was the guy who initially posted this, who said Democrats are in full panic mode for the midterms after CNN was forced, look at this, was forced to air this suburban mom flipping from Biden to Trump. Trump was right about everything. She gives Trump an A-, loves the immigration crackdown. Okay. Then, dude, I was all over this. I was like, what are you guys doing? Dude, they're all lying and misrepresenting. CNN airs video of voters switch from Biden to Trump. Okay. Again, right? It's all lies, guys. It is all like brutal lies. They're like, right? She's a DeSantis voter. She's a Republican. Meanwhile, you ready? Here's a farmer.
But Trump's big Argentina beef bailout didn't feel so America first, nor does talk about somehow taking Greenland.
I don't agree with that in any way, shape, or form.
So that's not what you voted for?
No.
Ebersol's take on Washington: Trump picks too many fights. And people in Congress, she says, worry too much about money and power and too little about family farmers or finding compromise.
There is a lot of that. You know, you don't have to walk through it. You have to wade through it because it's like knee deep in your neck of the woods.
She says that frustration includes her Republican congressman, Zach Nunn.
Okay, cows, raise a hoof. Who thinks Zach Nunn's doing a good job in Congress? Nobody.
I could probably agree there. That is one call that I might make.
You're open to voting for a Democrat?
Of course. I think that you have to vote for the person.
See, the thing about this, guys, here's what I want to show you is you see this woman, okay? This woman is kind of a microcosm of a lot of the Midwest. This woman and women like her were never, ever, ever, ever going to vote for Kamala Harris. This is right. This is one of the things that we struggled with. This woman, you could have Satan himself running against Kamala Harris, and this woman would never vote for Kamala Harris. But this woman would vote for Gavin Newsom, okay? This woman would vote for one of those, like, whatever, stooge Democrat people that don't appear too leftist. And yeah, we did have Satan himself. Good point, Jenny. But you know what I mean? Like this is the problem with American voters. Not this woman individually, but this voter demographic, right? You know what I'm saying? And they will vote for they will vote for male Democrats that don't sound too leftist, or who, like, you know, convince them that they're not going to be left behind. Okay. Right. You know what I mean? Yes, she is conditioned to believe that only white men can do the job. It is so crazy, guys. Now, to me, I don't know. I don't know that, like, I know there's a future of, like, a different mentality here coming in America, but this was the mentality that was really I don't know, my mom had this mentality. It was like the Midwestern, you know, they're Midwestern people. I know the farmers do always get bailed out, but they're Midwestern people that like, how do you say it? They're afraid to like ruffle any feathers, okay? Which means, like, if they live in a town and everyone in that town is voting for Donald Trump, they're going to vote for Donald Trump, or they're going to say they voted for Donald Trump to blend in, because they're not going to step out from the crowd at all. They are super passive. They don't want to be like any undue attention. They just want to get along, and they will morph themselves into whatever will, like, you know, get them through the day without any conflict. Okay? They kind of abhor conflict. And look at how she was saying, they're fighting, everyone's fighting. So what she'll do is she will look at a candidate, even somebody like Gavin Newsom, where she maybe doesn't even like the guy, but she's like, oh, he talked to Ben Shapiro. Oh, he had Charlie Kirk on his show. He's talking to everybody. He's like wants everybody to get along, right? And so, like, they'll vote for those kinds of candidates, even if they're bad, even if they're like goofy ass bad. They, like, some of these people will vote for him if they're a white man, right? If they're a white man, I feel like they got to be a straight white man. You know, it is so, man, it's so disturbing. And you're right though too. What Ben said is they're not predictable, because they also can change on a whim. But I feel like this voter demographic, which reminds me of my mom, you know, what Little Brown Bird says right there, they'll nice you right into destruction. Okay? Like my mom, it's a type of codependence, guys. My mom had this where I literally had to move away from my mother to get sober, because my mom had a type of codependence where she would have niced me right into the ground, guys. Right? She would have, like, not wanting to upset me. She would have supported me and been nicely devoted to me right up until they were throwing dirt on the pine box. I kid you not. They will nice themselves right into the grave, because it's just this codependent fear of anyone being mad at them. You know what I'm saying? And so they're going to either vote, right? They're either going to vote for the Republican Party line, or they are going to say that they voted for the Republicans, and they're going to vote for somebody who feels like not too dangerous, you know, with their little silently protest vote. But it's a real problem, dude, that, like, I feel like, unfortunately, one of the hard things is most of middle America is like this woman. You know, if you go to the swing states, most of the swing states are this woman right here, where they're not super politically educated. They don't really care about international stuff. They care about their farms and the appearances, how it looks on TV, how it looks in town, right? And you know, it's pretty, yeah, religion is definitely a part of this. But this is why America struggles. Say it ain't true, Newsom turning Republican. Newsom's not a Republican, okay? Newsom is definitely more left than you know, he's far more left than Joe Biden, for sure. And Newsom is a lot of left. But the thing about Newsom is he is a conniver, okay? He's a conniving person. Like Newsom is one of those guys that will get a bunch of these voters to be on his side. He absolutely will. He'll say whatever it takes to make these people feel comfortable, because he knows that these people hold the key. He's not going to do that like Liz Cheney shit like Kamala Harris does, but he's going to say some shit. He's going to act like he's not going to tax the rich. He's going to take a harder line on homelessness. He's going to dance around like, you know, some of the LGBTQ trans rights stuff and try to be on both sides of the fence. He is going to smarm the, like, every angle of that shit, trying to shore up these fucking voters because he knows that that's the pathway to winning. But he also knows that he can't lose the left in the process, you know. But again, we have a long way to go. The only reason I'm talking about this, guys, is preparatory, because when I look at it right now, I can almost guarantee that Gavin Newsom is going to be the candidate. I am telling you, I just feel it in my bones that he's going to win a deluge of the people here who want somebody who will wield power, right? A lot of voters in this next election are not voting at all about policy, really. They are looking for someone who will take a hammer and take it to the Trump structure. They're looking for somebody who will be aggressive and power wielding, which means they're going to vote for a Newsom or a 𝗍𝗪🗪😀, or they're going to vote for somebody who is not nice, period. That is what's coming. They are going to vote for somebody who is not nice. And I'm telling you right now, guys, I'm telling you right now to prepare, because the thing about Gavin Newsom is he just has the look that all of these, like, people like this in Wisconsin are going to vote for him because this is what Midwestern white people think looks like a president. They look at Gavin Newsom and they just think he looks like a president. Okay? He looks like the modern day JFK to them, who was also, like, JFK was somebody that was, everybody hated him to a degree because he was from a wealthy family. He, you know, married this really, like, you know, highfalutin woman, right? And so he has that thing where people just look at him and feel like, oh yeah, he looks like a president. A lot of these white Midwestern people like my family, they're not smart. Okay, I'm telling you, they just vote on the most nonsensical conditions. Okay, so my thing is, though, is we do have to prepare. Okay, like, again, go do your primaries, go, like, vote in your stuff, but do prepare for the possibility of a Newsom candidacy. I would get ready for that, because the thing about it is there's a lot of people on the left that don't like him, and you're going to have Anna and Cenk actively campaigning against them. And so the thing about, you know, the thing about this stuff is we're probably going to have to contend with that. Okay. We just are. And now somebody said, Gavin is not going to fix the economic crisis. So I do want to give you guys a heads up here. Oh, we have 4 minutes, guys. We need 4 and 4. Let me just tell you, LFG, 3 and 4. We almost got a dance party, punks. Let's focus on this. But I do want to say this, guys. Okay? I do want to say something. Nobody can fix the financial crisis, really, guys. I think the financial crisis is going to fix itself in, like, a massive crash. I don't know how you fix the financial crisis. I mean, maybe after somebody like Zoran gets an inroad, if he has some shit that works out, maybe it'll spread. But the reality is our financial crisis is likely going to be fixed by a crash. You know? I mean, I don't know. I hope it's different, but I think we might be in for a very hard reset. We'll see. I don't want to be too, doomy about it. But, you know, a lot of people are buying gold. And that's what they did, like, right before Reagan. Dude, let's go, crawling wind. I remember gold and silver were, like, outrageous. Crawling wind coming in hot. All right, we got 2 minutes. I think we need 2 more. Dude, somebody actually said Trump is king. And they thought that was going to work out well for him, right? Dude, what are we doing? Do we need to dance? Yes. Private Reserve, let's go. We will dance. We will dance. Dance party, let's go, chat. Let's go. Let's go. Dude. Oh shit. Dude, I don't know what that person was, right? But I think that person was a troll, right? I think that person was definitely a weird troll. They were all over the map. You wanted a woman president before you go, yeah, no, I wanted a woman president too, right? And again, you know, a lot could happen between then. They are definitely gunning to ruin Gavin Newsom, right? But I'm just saying, like, I've been following Gavin Newsom for a long time, since he was the mayor of like San Francisco. And part of the reason I was following him is because of the way he looks. Okay. And that sounds weird. Like I got a crush or something. It's because as soon as I saw him in San Francisco, and then of course he had a little bit of a scandal, like when he was separated with his wife, and then he hooked up with the wife of one of his staffers, and all this chaos. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is the type of Democrat that my family would vote for. Okay. Because my family, guys, my family, just so you know, my family is not hardcore MAGA. Okay. They're not hardcore MAGA. My dad was a JFK lover. Okay. My family were literally the white people who aren't completely aligned to any political party. Okay. They are completely self-involved. They were kind of like narcissistic to a degree. They had 7 kids, so they had a lot of overhead for their family. Okay. They owned a house in a cul-de-sac street in a very small town. Okay. And the thing about them is my dad had a picture of JFK that he hung on the wall. Okay, there was one black guy in our town who was our neighbor, married to a white woman. My dad was his best friend. So my dad was not racist. Okay, my dad was not, right? He was definitely sexist. My dad was misogynist, and he was authoritarian, and he was physically abusive, but he was a prototypical 1970s military guy in the Midwest, okay, who was not racist. He, in fact, stood up for our black neighbor, fought for that man, okay, and my dad was obsessed with JFK, but he also voted stupidly, okay? My dad voted with being manipulated. He voted by anybody who is a smooth talker, okay? So he loved JFK. He had the picture of JFK, but then he voted for Reagan and went all in on Reagan, even though I was like 11 years old, arguing with my dad about Reagan. And my dad, I was like, how can you have a picture of JFK and be voting for Ronald Reagan? Like, what are you doing? You know, this guy is going to like crush our family. And Reagan did. Dude, Reagan crushed the family, but Reagan was the Gipper. He was this beloved actor. He was this personality that they love. Because these people, okay, these people that are really in the middle, uneducated middle voters, they vote with their like completely emotional reaction. Okay, dude, coast again. Let's go, baby. Let's go, dude. Rage quit, dude. Rage quit. I am with you, dude. Let's go. We're gonna get a Trumpy in there too. Okay, and that like my parents, that's what they were. They were family people. They were family people that were like lower middle class, working class, and they were uneducated. Okay, that is the key. Uneducated. So they respond to celebrity, to smooth talk, to promises. Okay, and these are the people that could never vote for, you know, Kamala Harris. Okay, but then Trump promised, I'm going to cut your energy bills in half. I'm going to cut your, you know, prices on day one. I'm going to do this. I'm going to lower this. I'm going to lower that. And they literally believe anybody who promises them shit, they believe it. They choose to believe it. I mean, they are the type of people who see their kid with drug addiction problems and they don't get them any help. They believe, oh yeah, you got it together. You're fixing it. Okay. All right, as long as you got it taken care of, we're good with that. It is a type of mentality that is pervasive in the Midwest. So those of us on the left, okay, we do have to contend with what our coalition is going to look like if a guy like Gavin Newsom wins the nomination. Okay, I know people keep saying he's not going to win, but like I'm telling you right now, I will be very surprised if somebody other than him ends up with the Dem nom. Okay, I'm pretty sure the situation we're going to be in 2028 is going to be him winning the primary and then all of us having to contend with getting on board with it. Okay. Dude, he is a product that will sell. He will sell to the demographic. Like even this woman, you ready for this? Even this woman right here, okay, this woman who said Trump was right about everything, where is she? Right? Let's find this woman, okay? Even this woman right here, okay? This woman will vote for Gavin Newsom, boss. I'm telling you, dude, right? Oh, shit. See, I would love Jon Stewart. Don't get me wrong. I would love Jon Stewart, okay? I would absolutely. I think Jon Stewart would be a way better left candidate. I don't know if Jon Stewart's going to run, though. I honestly don't, right? Who would be a good VP for Gavin? I mean, he would, if he were to survive, he would have to pick a stalwart leftist, okay? But, yeah, no, I mean, Newsom is a product a little bit of Trumpism, okay? Newsom is a product of Trumpism in the same way that Zoran Mamdani is, okay? Because the one thing that Gavin Newsom is doing that nobody else is doing, guys, is that he's a playboy, okay? He looks like a playboy. And people like this, right? You know what I'm saying? When you look at these suburban moms that she would say, oh, I'll vote for Joe Biden, or I like Nikki Haley, I'm a Republican. They will vote for somebody who looks like a playboy or a Ken doll or a whatever, okay? They will vote for them. They're almost inclined to vote for them. You know, when you say, like, how did she vote for Trump, a grapist? They love voting for grapists. They want to vote for grapists. That's literally like what their whole mentality is. You know what I'm saying? I keep saying he's cute. Yeah, but Bingewood, I'm not talking about me. I'm telling you how middle America uneducated people vote. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about me. I don't vote on that shit. I'm talking about the people that actually select the president, because I don't select the president. And neither do you. If you're an educated leftist voter, you don't select the president in America. You don't select shit. You know, you can prevent a left-wing person from winning, but the people that select them are these uneducated white voters in the Midwest that are extraordinarily selfish. They don't give a shit about any of the issues, and they completely go on what feels right, okay? They have no allegiance really to anything. You know what I'm saying? Who am I talking to? Yeah, I'm talking to you guys because I'm trying to make you realize to prepare for this, okay? Because 2 years from now, you know, you're gonna have to contend with figuring out a way to shove Gavin Newsom across the finish line potentially. And I've seen a lot of people on the left being like, I will never vote for him. I will never support him. And like, guys, I'm just saying you may have to like take one for the team. You know what I'm saying? Because we could, if everybody on the left opts out, we could end up with JD Vance, right? If people on the left just don't vote, if we get another protest vote like we did with, you know, Jill Stein and all that shit, or people not showing up like they did, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I am just talking about this because I'm trying to get you to understand the reality of our political system, because we can have integrity And there are times where we have to have no integrity and we have to just toe the fucking line, right? You know, and I'm voting for whoever wins, right? I am voting for whoever wins in the primary. You know what I'm saying? 2 years is a long time. Leads can end quick. They can. They absolutely can. And again, guys, we may not have to deal with this because they are scavengering. Okay. They are like trying to dig up whatever they can. But I mean, if you look though, guys, if you look at this, I mean, he's in Davos, guys. You know what I'm saying? He is there, okay? He is there, like, in Davos, like, already talking to all the world leaders about the post-Trump world, guys. I guarantee you, he is there right now, preemptively, like, lining up the whole world to be behind his presidency. I mean, he's there. He is there as a voice of opposition to Donald Trump. I mean, he's already doing it. Okay. He's already doing it. You know what I mean? He is already like, you guys don't even realize he is laying the groundwork in a way that nobody else is. Okay. He is setting the stage. He is there showing a like sign of like, you know, American strength and seriousness in the wake of Trump not being able to speak. Okay. And so like, just get ready. All right. We don't have to talk about it every day, but I am trying to get the left ready. Okay. You know, because you're not going to get what you want. I'm telling you right now, I think most of the left wingers, unless Jon Stewart runs, which I don't think he's going to, you have to be prepared if you're a leftist too. You're not getting what you want in 2028. You're going to get something you don't like, or you're going to get JD Vance. And that's really the only option. Because at the end of the day, guys, it doesn't matter if somebody's off-putting. At the end of the day, you're going to have two candidates to choose from, JD Vance and whomever else is there. And if you pick anything but the winnable candidate other than JD Vance, then you're choosing JD Vance. And you need to be real fucking clear about that. You know, because it's coming. I'm telling you. I will be shocked as hell if there's anybody else in 28. Right? I fucking see the writing on the wall. And I already see the like leftist, like sort of, you know, preemptively self-destructing. You know, and Jon Stewart, yeah, I know Jon Stewart, like the thing about this, guys, is I know Jon Stewart hasn't said no, but if Jon Stewart were running, he'd have to be starting, okay? You know, right?
Would you ever consider running for an office? Yeah!
It's very kind of you. And by the way, it is, I cannot tell you how wild it is to have people even think that having the power over their lives is something they would appreciate that you have. But I do know, like, all the folks in the media like this, like Steven, like Jimmy, we get this. This is a question that comes up a lot. And I think it speaks to, if I may, and I don't know the motivation, it speaks to this desperation and dissatisfaction that we have with the status quo. And so then you see somebody on television who's saying some of the things that resonate with you, and you think, well, it. It really is. I think you should be president is the line that comes right after it. Because most people go like, I'm watching this, I'm doing this, these guys aren't doing that. You know what? It. That guy he's on TV.
Right.
It's almost like you're cursing me with like a Twilight Zone. Make him! But it is like, I so understand the feeling, like, I think what's happening right now with all of us, myself included, because having the ability to have a catharsis or talk about it or work with people every day is emotionally sustaining. But I think we have a shared feeling of helplessness because we're all watching the same thing and going,
So Miranda said Gavin Newsom gave Ben Shapiro a woo-woo on his podcast. Let's go. Dude, I've heard that. I don't know. I have not watched the whole Gavin Newsom podcast. Okay, I haven't with Ben Shapiro. I've just seen some clips, and I've seen people like leftists say he like bent over for Ben Shapiro, and centrists are like, wow, he fucking ran Ben Shapiro up the flagpole. Again, it is all perspective. But I will say this, as somebody who is a schmoozer myself, I'm a schmoozer. I've always been a schmoozer. Like when I am doing business or whatever, I go into a room and I don't care if I don't like the person or if there's weird politicky shit. When you're going in and doing business, you schmooze. And so Newsom is schmoozing. He is going to schmooze every corner of the electorate. Okay? He is going to schmooze. Here's what he's going to do. I'm going to tell you right now. He is going to schmooze every corner of the electorate. You're going to see him go on the podcast or take podcasts with every single right-winger out there, and he is going to be benevolent, and he's not going to completely get on board with them, but he's not going to get off board with them, and he's going to be like, I'm open to you, I'm listening to you, I hear you, I understand where you're coming from, and I can see why you would feel that way, and he is going to do that little wriggle with every single corner of the electorate. Zoran Mamdani did the same thing. Okay, Zoran Mamdani, though, was running in New York City, so he could be a little more hard line on the leftism. But, dude, Zoran met with these crazy Zionists, and Zoran went and met with fucking Trump, and he didn't, like, yell in his face. He charmed him, and this is what good politicians do. So Newsom is going to do that with every faction of the electorate, and he is going to be elusive. He is going to appear to feel everything about everything. And he's going to have no concrete, like he will eventually pick one or two issues that he's concrete on, but he is going to appear to have no concrete thing because he's not running in New York City. He's running in America, and he's got to get those white farmers in the Midwest. So he's going to run that kind of campaign. But I am telling you guys, and I want you to hear me. We need to stop like worrying about what politicians say when they're campaigning. Because when they campaign, they just fucking lie. They say everything. They say everything to every different people. That's their fucking job. Their job is not to just win the hardcore leftists. Their job is to win every goddamn vote out there, which means depending on the environment they're in, they modify their message. They're code switching for everybody. That's literally what winning politicians do. Okay? Losing politicians say, I'm in her hard line on this one thing and I will not budge, and they often lose. The winning politicians are the ones who do it. But so Natalie, though, the thing is, though, Natalie, is the only reason Zoran does it without giving up on his values is because he's in New York City, okay? If Zoran were running for president, he could not run for president the way he runs for New York City mayor. I don't know if Zoran, if he ran for Senate in New York, he would campaign a little differently, right? It's like New York City is not America. Running for the mayor of New York City, you can be hard left. Running for the mayor of San Francisco, you can be hard left. Running for the mayor of Portland, you can't even be hard left in Portland anymore. You have to be a little bit pulled inside in Portland because Portland has shifted conservative over the last 20 years. We used to be like way out left, but now Portland got wrecked a little bit by one of our mayors, Ted Wheeler, who pretended he was left and was a shitty mayor. So now Portland has sort of moved, like, you know, the suburbs of Portland have gotten super conservative because of all the programming here. So politically, the mayorship kind of moved inward a little, but like it is like national politics is just, you know, a thing. And again, though, you guys got to realize that like, I don't care. I'm not advocating for Gavin Newsom. I am just preparing you leftists. I know I have a lot of people in chat that are more staunchly left than me. I am left, but I am also center. Okay, I like don't hate the centrists. I don't hate the corporate Democrats because I realize they bring the money we need to win. And you guys, I know you leftists like hate all of that infrastructure, but like you have to be aware of the reality. The reality is you may not get a president with your values in your lifetime. Maybe you will, and maybe it needs to be you running for it, right? But you have to realize how the American political landscape looks. Like America sucks, bro. Politically, we are shit. And so you got to stop grading people on every little thing they say, and you have to start grading on you have to start grading on who can win. Okay, you got a desire to win. Leftists hate the democratic infrastructure. Yes, you hate the democratic infrastructure. Democrats have built a machine that wins elections, right? Almost every congressman and every person in state houses in America is a Democrat. Why? Because they have an infrastructure of winning. And the far left people don't have any of that power. The DSA has no infrastructure. They're scrapping. They even have the name Democrat in the DSA name because they so rely on that Democratic infrastructure. And all of the DSA candidates take the Democrat D in the elections because they need that money. And so and they want those people like campaigning, those boots on the ground. And so a lot of leftists hate that infrastructure. They're upset that they have to partner with that to win. And if you don't partner with it, you don't really fucking win, because America is not a leftist country. And I'm not agreeing with this. I'm just saying reality. Like, guys, reality is important, okay? If I want to build a YouTube channel and I want that channel to get 1 million subscribers, I have to live in reality. Which means as I grow, I have to look at what my audience likes and I have to please my audience and I have to keep evolving my audience and evolving my content if I want 1 million subs. And the reality is there's a certain way you got to be to get 1 million subs, whether you're a leftist or a centrist or a little of both or whatever. There's reality that we have to exist in and things we have to do. And the thing that really breaks my heart about leftism is sometimes it feels like some of leftist America doesn't want to accept the political reality that they're stuck in. And then it leads them to feel like we just need to blow this whole thing up, but they don't have enough power to blow it up. And so if we want leftism to actually win and take over, we have to start looking at the reality of the American political system. And we have to figure out how to use the existing political system to win leftism. And that is a lifetime of work, okay? That it also requires using the democratic infrastructure in smart ways and coalitioning like Zoran's doing, but also being aware of who has the power and who can win and aligning with who can win, even if you don't necessarily agree with them. Because, it's a hard, America's a hard country. Our country sucks, bro. There's a lot to love about America, but there's a real problem with a lot of American voters because so much of the country is uneducated. And that's really what it comes down to. Our country is uneducated. And so I think that you should purity test for the sake of your own sense of integrity, but you also have to know when to not purity test because you have to understand what people do in the course of politicking. You know what I mean? Politicking is a thing. And dude, you have a Democrat socialist mayor in New York. Let's go. Dude, that's huge. I think Zoran is huge, right? You know what I'm saying? But I think Zoran is huge. Believing that we're stuck in this can be sort of a self-defeating prophecy. Natalie, maybe so. But I don't feel stuck. I don't think we're stuck in this reality. I think that there are people that are out there changing the reality, but you got to see the thing about all the leftists, if you look at Zoran and you don't see that he is doing the same shit that Gavin Newsom is doing, he just has a little bit more flexibility to be far left because of where he's from. If you don't see that, then you're missing the entire picture of politics. If you think the guy who runs for New York City can run that same way for president, then you are living way outside of reality and you are not aware of like what America is really like. And maybe you need to go drive across the country and go like hang out in some of those small towns and see what's out there, you know? And I mean, Zoran, like, you know, he didn't go and fucking piss Trump off, okay? He went and in private, he charmed Trump and probably kissed Trump's ass in a way that made Trump love him, okay? And he did it in private, but he fucking did it. I guarantee you he played into Trump's ego and he noticed the shit, the things, the pictures he had on the wall, right? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, dude, you know, and so just, you know, whatever. You can do what you want to do. I'm not going to argue with you guys all night, but I'm telling you the reality, guys. Leftists have to prepare that I don't think you're going to have a leftist candidate in 2028. I don't think you are. And you have to get ready for that. What's it going to be like when you don't have Bernie Sanders or Jon Stewart in 2028? What's it going to be like when you have a corporate Democrat that is your only option other than J.D. Vance, when you have either authoritarianism with tech bros or like biting the bullet and voting for the fucking right choice? So get ready for that. You have to contend with that, all of you personally. You know what I'm saying? And it's like there's no changing it. You can argue like until you're blue in the face, but I'm just telling you that you're not going to have somebody like Zoran Mamdani running for president in 2028, okay? And maybe if you give J.D. Vance and they completely authoritarian America and we live like that for 40 years and then there's an armed rebellion, you might get that afterwards, but like we're a long way from America being so downtrodden that like New York, they can barely fucking afford to survive, man. You know, that's why New York is like, they're ready to try anything because it is like literally fucking, you know, you go to a grocery store and you could barely eat there. Dude, my son is experiencing this right now, you know, and like, I'm just saying I've had an issue with like leftists fighting me when I talk about political reality. And that's a problem because the leftists aren't winning any of the goddamn elections nationally, right? and yet they're fighting me when I'm like, dude, here, I want to help you win, but you don't want to win. You want to just not win and then be mad and say that like everybody who's winning is the devil. And so I'm trying to be an alarm for leftists to be like, if you want to win and if you want to change this thing, we all need to wake up and realize that, like, you know, you don't get to have as much integrity as you think you do. You know, it's just true, man. You know what I'm saying? It's true, but whatever. You know, again, if you don't like the argument, I don't know what to tell you, but, you know, we can come talk to me after the 2028 election and see if the shit I said was right. Because again, like, you know, the reality is what Chet says right there. Until you have 200 DSA members who have won in Congress, you will not get a leftist president because you can't have a leftist president without the leftist Congress backing them. Congress is your litmus test, okay? It is Congress is your litmus test, right? That's it. When there are 200 DSA members in Congress, you will get a leftist president, okay? That's when you'll get it. When they have enough power in there to support that leftism. Otherwise, a leftist president might win, and then Congress will just steamroll him like Mitch McConnell did to fucking Barack Obama. Look at what Mitch McConnell did. Imagine if both parties are shutting down the leftist president like they did with Jimmy Carter. I literally watched this as a kid. Jimmy Carter was the great fucking guy, and his own party sabotaged their agenda. Dude, they sank fucking universal health care. That's what the Democrats were working on when Carter was president, okay? So my thing is you're going to do what you're going to do. But we do, like, please, in this election cycle in 2026 and 2028, we all need to wake up. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to shame anybody for their vote, but I'm just saying, like, it's a two-party system, guys. You're going to have a Democratic candidate and you're going to have J.D. Vance. and you're going to have to pick one, okay? And like, choose wisely. Choose wisely. That's all I can say. You know what I'm saying? But it's out of my hands. I know that I'm voting for the primary winner, right? Oh, you're not talking to me? Dad, I'm voting for the primary winner. I'm nervous, though. Because I already see it. I'm like, oh my God, dude, we're going to end up in 2028 and it is going to be 2024 all over again. We're going to have a candidate that the far left of our party just is going to say they can't get behind. We love Gavin in California and Oakland. You played Stork too. Let's go, Archive. Let's go. Dude, all you want is a little more positivity that we can get progressives in? No, I don't have a defeatist attitude, Natalie. I have a realistic attitude. Because once you have like 100 or 150 progressives in Congress, you will get a progressive president. That's not me being defeatist. That's me showing you how to get that progressive president. I'm literally telling you how you get it. And you're like saying, oh, I'm being defeatist. No, I believe progressives can win, but they got to win in Congress. Congress, whoever controls, whatever vibes are prevalent in Congress, determine what is prevalent in the national level. Congress is the entire country voting. So if Congress is filled with progressives, that shows you the entire country is voting for progressives, okay? If the only progressives in Congress are from New York and Portland and Seattle and LA, then you know that the only progressive areas in the country that are voting that way are New York and Seattle and Portland and LA. Congress is a reflection. Every member of Congress is 700,000 people voting in a very small district. So when you have 150 of those districts that are progressive, that shows you that 700,000 times 150 shows you the number of progressive voting voters in various spots in America. And that is my point is Congress is a reflection of the country as a whole broken into little bits. Now, it is a little manipulated because there certainly are gerrymandered and shit. So there is probably more progressive feeling out there than is reflected in Congress. Okay. Now, what is really complicated about it is how you get those progressive members in that gerrymandered environment. Right. And I think that's probably what Natalie is keying in on. Okay. Is Natalie is keying in on that there's actually more progressive groundswell in America than is reflected in our Congress because of the gerrymandered congressional districts, right? But the reality is that groundswell doesn't really matter because they're until the congressional outlook is changing. Right. But things can be manipulated. They can. I mean, look at what happened just in this election cycle. Zoran ran, Hakeem Jeffries opposed him. And by the end of that, Hakeem endorsed Zoran. Zoran partnered with Kathy Hochul. He then supported Hakeem Jeffries for speaker and he won the election. And so now you have the centrist Hakeem aligned with the leftist Zoran, aligned with the middle of the road governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, and the leftist AOC. And Bernie is still on board with Zoran. And you have all factions of Democrats in leadership that are working together, whether they like each other or not. And so that's a really good sign. Okay. That's a good sign that we have warring elements of our coalition working together. And they protected Hakeem Jeffries, and Hakeem Jeffries is going to help them do good shit in New York, which gives us a chance at that shit spreading like wildfire to the rest of the country. But guys, we cannot lose in 2026 and we cannot lose in 2028. I don't care who the candidate is. I don't care if our candidate is fucking, Bob Newhart's corpse. We need to vote for the goddamn Democrat, whoever he is, whether we like him, hate him, come stay, lay or pray, right? We need to vote for the goddamn Democratic candidate at all costs. okay? Because if you look at what's going on with Trump, we're not going to survive many more of these tech palantir right-wing governments, guys. We're not going to survive 8 years of a fucking, right? If they pass the SAVE Act, if they fucking rat fuck all the elections and shit, like, we're not going to get any more chances to fuck up waiting for the perfect leftist candidate. And it's like, bro, and I mean, personally, I'm protected. Okay, if America fucks this up, I'm just going to move to the Canary Islands and I'm going to fucking continue streaming and shit, and I'm going to be fine. But a lot of people in America are not going to be fine. They're not going to be able to move to the Canary Islands. And so that's why I'm being realistic about this. I could be a hard line, burn it all down leftist because I am so insulated. But like, I'm trying to wake America up to be like, quit making bad decisions because you're afraid that you can't get what you want using the existing power structure. Through Mr. Grant Sloan, keep the faith. I have the faith, right? Right? And again, after the campaign, after you win, then go to town on your reps, right? You win the election, and then you fucking pressure your representatives, right? Get in their shit. Go make their demands. Go set up camp right outside the White House after they win, right? And then force them to do your bidding. Force them to hear what you want from them, right? But please, whoever you are, whatever you are, you're telling them the political gospel punky, keep educating on coalition politics. Real change takes a persistent, tenacious, long-term approach. Let's go. Okay? The only way to build the progressive trust with the country is from the ground up. Yeah, see, here's what I would love. And I said this before. Okay? I've said this before, guys, and this is hard. I wish more than anything that some of the people that are staunch, like, I will not bend my integrity at all leftists, I wish they would go run campaigns and win, right? Because like there's not a lot of leftist candidates that have won, and the ones that have won all play the middle game. Like AOC, she works with the middle. She supported Joe Biden until it was time to not support Joe Biden, and then she supported Kamala Harris. Okay, she's supporting 𝗙𝗵𝗪𝗓𝗄. And Zoran is supporting 𝗙𝗵𝗪𝗓𝗄 because they know like what the power structure is. And they know that like you can't not support when the power structure is controlled by them. You have to like play that political game. And it's unfortunate, but we need more leftists who are willing to play that political game so we can have like 125 progressives in Congress. And then, man, we're going to see some change, dude. We're going to see some change. Yeah. But so the thing is, though, Jenna, is what I want you to understand is I want you to understand how the different mouthpieces work. Okay. And we've talked about this before. Like AOC can say, I want to abolish ICE because she won't lose her seat by saying it. But not every candidate in America can say abolish ICE. They will lose their seats. Now, if Gavin Newsom comes out and just flat out says, I'm abolishing ICE, every Democrat that's in a purple district will lose their goddamn seat because of Gavin Newsom saying, I want to abolish ICE. Gavin Newsom may have a plan to abolish ICE, but he's not going to fucking say it before an election because all those Democrats in purple seats would lose their fucking elections. So you got to realize that the national person is going to say what holds the purple districts and maybe wins some red districts. That's how it works. AOC is the mouthpiece. She gets to go out to the left. She gets to say that crazy shit. So does Bernie. So does any progressive who wins. But then the person in the middle, the guy running the House like 𝗙𝗵𝗪𝗓𝗏, he's got to win the purple districts. The president has to not lose the purple districts, okay? That's like the job. It's like there are different jobs of these people, okay? So Gavin Newsom is going to say what holds the purple districts while AOC says what holds the leftists. And then you'll have like some black representatives that are saying what holds the black vote. And everybody is trying to like build a coalition together, you know? And a lot of people don't sort of understand that, right? Like if you look at, yes, different positions, the quarterback and the lineman And the wide receivers in the game, they all have different personalities, right? Well, a lineman's not going to walk around telling everybody what to do because it's not his fucking job. He's speaking his little lineman language with the lineman. The quarterback is out there behaving in a way where he's working with everybody. So he's going to have a kind of a personality that's kind of a schmoozer. And like a salesman, he's not going to take a hard line, right? Because the quarterback has to have everyone on the team like working with him. And like politically, it's no different, you know. And the purple districts are where you really win or lose, you know what I'm saying? And stop the culture war, start the class war. And guys, I would love to start the class war, but we can't start the class war until working class people get into Congress, right? Let's go. It's exactly what MAGA did. What is what MAGA did? Dude, what MAGA did was they had a cult of personality take over the party, right? MAGA had a demigod come in and they just took over the party. But all right, but I'm done. I got to move on. We got to get some shit. I mean, guys, I don't know how we're going to manage this election season, okay? Because I'm just letting you know that just advance warning that I am not going to argue to defend the Democratic candidates as we get into election season. I am going to be supporting the primary winners profusely, and I'm not going to be picking apart their message, and I'm not going to be sitting around arguing with people like during the election season. Like, if you know what I'm saying? So please, to everybody, like, let's not fuck this up. Like, we fucked it up in 2024. We could have beat Donald Trump. Okay, we could have. And it doesn't matter who we blame. You can blame, like, whatever, Biden. You can blame Kamala Harris. You can blame Liz Cheney. But at the end of the day, we could have beat him. We didn't need to be going through this. All we had to do was stay fucking together and show up and vote for not Trump. And we wouldn't have to go through Trump. And we may have to vote for not Vance in 2028. And we may have to vote for not the right winger for another 20 years before we get the candidate we want. But like I'm telling you right now, I don't know that, like, I don't know how many more right wingers we're going to survive. I mean, it's getting pretty bad. Okay. Donald Trump is getting to the point of, like, facial recognition and a roving street gang. Like, I don't know what JD Vance would be like. You know what I'm saying? JD Vance is a lot like dirtier of a liar than Donald Trump. I don't know if JD Vance could wield the same power, so maybe he'd be less effective. But like, man, I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous because I'm like, fuck, bro, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Dude, I know, deity, there were so many issues. I mean, I look at the last election, I hold Joe Biden responsible because he was too old and a bunch of people were mad at him and he should have dropped out, like, before the primary, but he didn't do it. But again, I don't know if we would have had a candidate that could have pulled us all together in 2024. We were so fractured, okay? We were so fractured. And I still see a little bit of that fracture, but we're going to have to let go of the fracture, guys, okay? You know what I'm saying? We're going to have to let go of the fracture, okay? We're going to have to like get together, we're going to figure this out. Nervous? We're 3 years away. Yeah, but it doesn't matter though. Like, when fractures, you know what I'm saying? When fractures develop, they become hard to heal. If you don't address a fracture, if we're fractured now, it's only going to, like, heal together. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at the shit that happens, right? Like, I mean, it's just crazy. Right? It's crazy how like, when I look at, like, Kamala Harris, she was deciding who to pick. Okay. She was deciding who to pick for her candidate. And she picked Tim Walz, and the leftists were so happy. That was the person that they wanted her to pick. And then Tim Walz, like, underperformed under pressure. He was not good, like, in combat of the election, reporters challenging him, calling him a liar. He kind of folds. He was a little weak in that direct address, like, head to head. He was great on the microphone, but he was not good, man. He was terrible in the debate, and he just got shredded by reporters. When they would call him a liar, he would freak out and get all kerfuffled. And now Tim Walz is like the center of the Republicans. They're just hammering away at him. They're hammering away at him because of that weakness he showed. They are now using him as like the member of the Democratic Party. They're gathering around the weak herd member, and they're just surrounding him, and they're just attacking him because he's so nice and so genuine. And it's like, it was such an error to put him in the national spotlight. I mean, maybe it's not bad because now he's going to get all of their fucking like vitriol, but you got to be careful with the showing weakness in some of those things. Like some of these candidates that like show a weakness like that, like that's rough, man. It's like he's become a liability, you know, and he's not standing up. I see Kyle Kalinske like yelling at him like, Tim, quit being a bitch. He's in his replies, but like, dude, Tim is not a fighter like that. Okay. Tim is a nice guy. Tim is like a really, you know, somebody said he should be the mayor of a cute town. Absolutely. And he's a great governor. But the thing is he doesn't have it in him, guys. Okay. Like Tim Walz, for you to say, Tim, don't be a bitch. Like Tim is a bitch. That is like, he is a fuddy-duddy, like super nice guy, Midwestern town. He's kind of like a leftist version of the people I grew up with, right? He is not a brawler. You know what I'm saying? And you could see that. And like, dude, on the national stage, you got to have brawlers. And now they are like they're surrounding him like he's chum, dude. We should have learned from not feeling the burn. Let's go. Dude. Yeah, no, they did great. They did great, but like, yeah, I don't know. All right, but anyway, moving on. Anyway, guys, I just keep giving this spiel because I'm nervous. I already see like certain factions of people building, and like, I really, really, really do not want to go through a JD Vance presidency, guys. You know, this is like, this Trump shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? And no, Waste, you're incorrect. When you say Tim was on a roll until the DNC told him to mellow out. No, Tim was on a roll until he got confronted by reporters. You guys don't remember Tim's role. They didn't do any press interviews for like 37 days or something. That's when Tim was on a roll. Okay. Tim was on a roll until the reporters went after him. The minute they started talking to reporters, that's when the reporters are like, you're a liar. Here's everything you said wrong. Here's everything you did wrong. You're fake. You're full of shit. You're a liar. Everyone hates you. And that's when the real abuse starts. The first 30 days, they were just on a microphone telling funny stories to their crowd. That's the honeymoon period. It's like when you start doing reporter interviews, you are in the water with sharks tearing at your body. And that's when you need a certain type of candidate that can have a room full of sharks eating at their body and be like, I got this. Fuck you. I'm telling the truth. You're the one who's full of shit. Fuck off. Like who are you calling me a liar? You're a liar. You know what I mean? And like, and that's, as soon as that happened, Tim Walz just was like chum, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was chum. It was really hard because he doesn't have that kind of personality, guys. He is just a good Midwestern nice guy. You know what I'm saying? He didn't need that though. Like, you didn't need that to win in Minnesota. The governor of Minnesota doesn't need that, you know? And Natalie's not entirely wrong, okay? Is like, you know, that like we Americans don't vote well. We don't vote well. We don't vote on policy. We vote on like vibes, dude, because we're so pampered. But guys, I'm going to try to hold this together, okay? Just so you know. Dude, we don't vote well, guys. I mean, obviously, look at Donald Trump. We don't vote well. All right. Can we please stop fighting each other? Lefties love your Dems. Dems love your lefties. There's too much to lose fighting each other. I agree, Toku. Dude, guys, I just want us to get together. Okay. All I want is I want a pact. Okay. Here's my pact. I'm going to propose it and then I'm going to move on. Is that during the primary, we're going to vote for our passions. We're going to argue. We're going to hash it out. We're going to talk about the issues. Kamala went Beyonce when she should have went Rage Against the Machine. Let's go. All right. So we are going to be all integrity in the primary. But when that primary is over, we are going to be all in we're going to make a pact to be all in for the primary winner. And we're not going to shred them. We're not going to judge them. We're not going to give a shit what they say. We don't care if they say the right thing, the wrong thing, the good thing, the bad thing. Once we have a primary candidate, we give them the free pass to go out there and schmooze and do whatever they think politically until that election. And then after they win, we will push the primary winners over the fucking finish line. And then once they win, we will take them and hold them to account for everything they've said and everything we want from them. The work will start after the win. Okay, the election is just fucking pretending until we get the win. We pretend. We put on a shiny, happy face and we fucking pretend. Whoever wins, I don't care. Even if it was Tim Walz, we would do that. But Tim Walz ain't winning. But even if it was, it could be fucking, right? It could be Josh Shapiro, as much as I hate him, right? We would fucking pretend, oh, we got a winner. And then once we get that winner, then the work begins. And then we fucking go to town on these motherfuckers, all right? And then we put the screws to them, right? And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't care. It does not matter. You don't get to say no nothing. Whomever wins that primary, we are getting behind as a full-throated coalition. I don't care. I don't care who it is, all right? Whoever wins that Dem primary, we are fucking going all in for. Right? We are. That's this channel. I'm letting you know. We're going all fucking in. All right? And we're going to get them across the finish line. And then we can put the screws to them. You know what I'm saying? You don't like the full-throated? Dude, is that the one you hate? Dude, full-throated? Oh. It's the only way out, dude. I'm serious. I will fucking fondle the nuts of our candidate or fondle the whatever with consent, of course. And then once we get in, once we win, then we'll fucking sort it out, dude. Dude, no JD Vance. Right? That's my philosophy. Right? That's what I'm doing, guys. Dude, that's the pact I want. Right? All right. Let's see what we got. Oh, shit. Dude, let's see this Trump presser. Jesus. Dude, what is this? I don't even know if I want to fucking watch this shit, dude. Oh, you got the link? Thank you, Natalie. Do I even want to watch this? We're only going to watch the beginning of a few minutes, all right? Oh, shit. Here it is, dude. Like, what are we doing, boss? We're going to watch a few minutes, and then we'll watch some clips. Dude, this thing is so insane. All right, you just got here. Good, Fabiola. You missed a bunch. We just had a crazy fucking argument about, politics. I know, guys. Here's the thing, though, guys. Is I'm not leaving, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be here through the thing and I'm going to be trying to get our candidate to win, whomever it is. And I hope it's a great candidate. I hope it's Jon Stewart. I'm afraid it's going to be Gavin Newsom, but I don't, at the end of the day, as long as it's not JD Vance, I'm going to be fucking good with it, right? I'm going to be good with it, right? But, oh shit. 2-hour ramble. Yeah, I know, dude. 2-hour ramble from Drumpy. 2-hour ramble from us, dude. Dude, we're under pressure, man. We are. We're under so much pressure. I feel it. I don't know if you guys feel it, but we are under pressure, guys. We're dude, ours was better. I mean, I want to hear everybody. I know that everybody's frustrated with the American political system. Like, I get it. Dude, I mean, dude, I'm 50 years old. I'm so frustrated. I thought we had turned a corner with Obama, but even with Obama, though, Obama, there became a rift on the left about Obama. A lot of people on the left were unhappy because they felt like Obama wasn't left enough. And I get that. He was the black guy being president. So he, you know, had a different playing field he was playing on, where he was going to get torn apart for the suit he wore. Right. And then unfortunately we have to relitigate, the civil rights movement now, dude. Yikes. All right. You ready? Here we go. Let's get into it. Dude, look at him though. Dude, can I just say, like, look at this fucking putz, dude. Look at how schlumpy this guy looks. Look at how schlumpy this guy looks, guys. You know? You see this? You see how schlumpy he is? He's like, he looks like Frankenstein, bro. Dude, he does. He looks like an unmade bed. He does, dude. He's like Frankenstein's grapist monster. Jesus.
Oh, that's a big crowd.
Oh.
It's a lot of people. I think it's like a record.
Oh, it's like a record. Like just narcissism from the fucking get-go.
So these are accomplishments.
Yeah.
We have a lot of accomplishments. And as you know, this is the anniversary, first anniversary, January 20th. And it's been an amazing period of time. We have...
The only thing I would like to talk about in the beginning is this is the biggest national debt increase in the last year. Nearly $3 trillion got added to the national debt in 1 year, guys. It's record setting. Only the pandemic had a bigger hit to the national debt. Like our national debt got ravaged this year. And this is before those tax cuts. So like we are financially, we're a fucking, you know, from the movie, the Spider-Man movie, we're like a bus filled with people teetering on the edge of a bridge with financial ruin being down at the bottom of that ravine. 1 year.
A book that I'm not going to read to you, but these are the accomplishments of what we've produced. Page after page,
dude,
after page.
Page after page of
things.
Nothing, bro.
I could stand here and read it for a week.
Lorem ipsum, lorem ipsum, lorem ipsum. That's what all those pages say, dude. Every one of those pages says lorem ipsum, lorem ipsum, lorem ipsum.
And we wouldn't be finished. But we've done more than any other administration has done by far in terms of military, in terms of ending wars, in terms of completing wars.
Nobody's
really seen very much like it. I think it's appropriate that because Minnesota is so much in the fray, and I say to my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people.
And Trump is pardoning drug dealers
more recent
and fraudsters
that we have, and I can show you some of the...
Dude, can I just say this? This is garish here, okay? Like having, you have a president holding up photos of individual people that they've lifted off the streets that are, we don't even know these people's status. We don't know what these people have done, if they've been convicted or whatever. But like, think about that the president of the United States is just holding up pictures of people that exist in America, being like, this person's the demon, the devil, the devil, the devil. Oh, what a bad person this is. This is fucking bizarre. It is bizarro world that, and I mean, he does it with our politicians too. You know, Ilhan Omar, this person, Tim Walz, Jacob Frey, right? It's like, what are we doing, bro?
People, vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want?
When I guarantee that the people in his cabinet are more criminal than those guys, whoever they are.
Live with these people?
He's Jeffrey Epstein's best friends doing this.
International murder. These are people that are living, they're apprehended and either put in jails in their country from where they came, and the countries respect us, and so they actually put them there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the things that all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming.
See, again, you like that? There we go. Oh, yeah, it's Biden's fault. Minnesota's not my fault. It's Biden's fault. Biden, even though these guys that a lot of these people they're arresting came in during Trump's first term, guys. Like, right? The Minnesota fraud happened in 2018 during Trump's term when, like, regulation ceased, when the government stopped checking up on the way the money was being spent in states, okay? When everything got deregulated and, right, states don't have the infrastructure to follow all that federal money, right? The U.S. government should be monitoring where that money goes.
From out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that, in many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords, drug dealers.
Just beat, bro.
They're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers, they're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane.
Mentally insane. As if there's another type of insane, guys, right? Some of them are mentally insane. Some of them are just bodily insane. Some of them are emotionally insane. Some of them are like fucking, reality TV insane. Jesus Christ,
in Minnesota,
dude.
California, it's worse. In other states, it's worse.
Yeah, California, dude, I wonder how he's going to rope Gavin Newsom into this mess here.
Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists.
Paid insurrectionists.
Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing.
That's a made-up number.
Minnesota.
Made-up number.
Given to a large degree by Somalians.
Yeah. Now he's going to target the Somalians.
Somalians. Can you imagine? And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out, and they get them money, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes, and they come from here, they have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country. Because there's basically no country. Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country. And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world.
Dude, he is just a racist fucking piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like all he's doing is just ragging. I mean, dude, and to begin with, I mean, you can't really talk about anybody who's struggling in Africa without having a conversation about all the imperialist countries that went in there and looted the fucking entire fucking continent and just gutted it and destroyed any chance for infrastructure, right? It is like, dude, those people got ravaged. They never had the opportunity to have anything. And now he's like shitting all over them. And he wants to do the same shit to Greenland, okay? They want to Africa Greenland right now, which is to go up there and just destroy the place, looting the natural resources. And it'll leave Greenland to be like an impoverished, wrecked fucking area with nothing left. You know what I'm saying? It'll be a wasteland when they're done with that.
They come here and they become rich and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job. She's a crooked congressman.
She married a wealthy man.
So here's another one. And I have, oh, by the way, we just took out, these are all what ICE is doing. And it's a dangerous job. These are rough people. Weapons. This one here is very bad. I'm going through this because I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to beautiful place in Switzerland. we'll be. I'm sure I'm very happily awaiting.
Dude, how low energy is this guy? Dude, someone should make a meme with faces of his cabinet over those pics. Oh my God. That is a great idea, 𝗙ecie. Dude, if somebody's good with After Effects or some shit, dude, we should do that. That would be amazing. Maybe Politics will do it. You should ping that idea to Politics, right?
In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems, but they don't have this problem. Look, killed somebody. Look, and these are rough people. These are not. This was all allowed into our country through open borders. The dumbest policies. You know, men and women's sports is dumb.
Blah, blah. Oh,
but
there we go.
To me, having an open border,
it's got to get
the world to
transphobia in there.
Drug dealers and
dude, he had to get the transphobia in there. He had a quota to hit. Dude, he talks for an hour and 50 minutes.
Prisoners.
What the fuck,
Venezuela,
bro?
as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela in Venezuela.
I'm fast forwarding.
Out of many. That's from whichever you like. You know, we can use some crimes and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want.
Yeah. Dude.
Many. You know, she was so loud. That's a professional. Ththese are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly.
Dude, let's fucking...
It's a rough one.
Dude, I want to go back to the reporters. Look at her face! Look at this woman right here, dude! Oh my God, bro. This woman is like all of us, bro. Look at this, dude. Look at her. Oops. Dude. Like that expression right there. I mean, you feeling it? Just the horror, the reality of like waking up. It's like a Saw movie where you just wake up and you realize that a fucking skill saw is just bearing down on your head, bro. Bro, like I feel her. Oh my God. Dude, I gotta save her. Reporter is all of us. Dude, Trump, there we go. Oh my God. That expression, dude, is like, dude, what's going on? There's a bunch of people smiling over here. Those are obviously the right wingers that are smiling. That is definitely a meme. This is like, you know, but like, it's so crazy about how, you know, he's just causing so much chaos. So the crowd is here, right? The crowd. And that's why he causes chaos, guys. He doesn't care if you hate him. He doesn't care if the whole world is mad at him and everybody, like, even if his own people turn on him, all he cares about is that this room is full. Okay? Even if all of them are sitting there saying you're terrible, he doesn't fucking care. Okay? He does not fucking care. He just wants the crowd.
He's obviously a little on the right side, maybe. You know, there's many murders.
But altogether, just for the record, he is showing us like, you know, 30 people. I don't know. You'd have to count the number of people. How many people were there? Right? How many people did he show us? Did he show us 30? So like, you know, multiple people have died and who knows how many, $100 million, $200 million got spent in Minneapolis. Neighborhoods are ruined. Babies have been tear gassed. Disabled women have been pulled from their car. People have been beaten the shit out of and sent to Texas, all for like 30 people that he fucking, you know, many of whom may even get out of their shit. It is like not a good ROI, guys. The ROI is like zero on this. Zero. Minnesota's property values aren't going down. Their pay's not getting better, right? In fact, they're going to be wrecked. Yeah, 73% of the people in ICE custody don't even have a criminal conviction on their record. It's like
they're mostly Hispanic, right?
Huge waste of money.
And they're unbelievable people. And then they say, oh, we discriminate against. I love Hispanic. They are unbelievable. Entrepreneurial. They have everything. I did great. I did the highest. Nobody ever got numbers like I got from the standpoint of being a Republican.
Dude, I love Hispanic. What an idiot. President McGriddlebrain's extra ham sauce. Dude. Jesus. I love Hispanic. Dude, oh my God. Dude, kill us now, bro. Kill us now. Dude, we may be cooked. Dude, at this point, like, why do we even vote, guys? There's no point in voting. Dude, right? Should we ever even vote again? Is there a point? Like, maybe we should just all, like, stop paying our credit cards, quit our jobs, and just see what happens.
But even the if you look at Texas, I won the entire border along it. So they're taking rough.
Two more.
Okay, I only did like 100.
All right.
I could have done 10,000 of them. You're lucky I only did.
Could have done 10,000. No, he couldn't, dude.
Like 100. And this isn't even the worst of the group. They have murderers. They have some people we can't use their picture for legal reasons.
Oh, yeah.
But they're up for murder in their own country.
Yeah. Oh,
and
yeah. Some people they can't use for legal reasons, guys. Dude, Trumpy, they're real concerned about legal reasons, everybody. Dude. Oh, shit. By the way, guys, we're going late because we have shit to cover. And that 2-hour rant is not cutting us off. So if you guys are in chat, get ready. We're going late tonight because I have a lot of shit to cover tonight. And I know we had 2-hour ramble in the beginning, but we're fucking covering everything anyway. All right, I'm going to be back into the land of no sleep tomorrow.
Jeopardize their case. When we send them back and we coordinate with other countries. A tremendous amount of work. All allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in the history of our country. A man that didn't win the election, by the way.
Yeah, there we go.
Election. Everybody knows that now.
Dude, nobody
knows that. And by the way,
that.
Numbers are coming out that show it even more.
No, they don't
plainly.
show it. You fucking piece of shit.
We caught him.
Fuck you, Trump.
So I just want you to know
him.
that it's a terrible thing. Here's a book on accomplishments, and this is something. Ooh, I'm glad my finger wasn't in that sucker. That could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain,
dude.
I would have gone back. What, did you hear that? That was nasty.
No, dude, we're not watching the whole thing.
But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off.
Dude, we should be so lucky, bro. Dude, can we get that? Can we get that paper clip on the neck gina? Dude, the paper clip. Like, what the fuck, bro?
That was a nasty. I think somebody did that. I think it was him. It was my man. How were you? You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you didn't. So, but here is here's the book.
Here's the book.
Things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all each line.
Lorem ipsum, lorem ipsum, lorem ipsum, lorem ipsum.
It's big stuff too. Look, we have the hottest country in the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I will read you a few.
Dude, I want somebody to grab that stack of papers, bro. Why isn't a reporter running up and grabbing that fucking pile of papers and filming that shit? Dude.
We ended Biden's stagflation. We were in stagflation. That's a disaster. That's far worse than...
Dude, he doesn't know what stagflation means. All right, so let's look at clips from here on out. I'm not watching this whole thing. We saw the fucking intro. Dude, yeah. There it is. Lorem ipsum dolo sit amet consector ad spician elet sedu esmond dor lorem. Dude. He is so fucking draining. This guy is so draining. All right, let's hit the highlights here. We'll go to Rupar and we'll hit the highlights. I'll be honest, guys. I don't know how these guys watch them. Somebody in chat said they watched. This presser 3 times. Like, how do they do it, bro? All right, here.
With your loved one, with your lover. Your lover's not going to be killed anymore, so you can act like a real lover. But you can walk right through the middle of the town, and D.C. is beautiful again too. You notice we took all the fences down, almost all. The rest are coming down. We got the graffiti all off. National Guard's been amazing. You know, we did
the National Guard graffiti removal. That binder clip almost ended him. It was close. Mark, thank you, boss. Jesus, dude.
Tell them to do that. That's not their job description. But they were picking up garbage and everything. They were great. All
right. Oh, shit. Sorry. Oh, yeah, here's the one. You ready? Here we go. On Norway, guys.
No. Should have gotten the Nobel Prize for each war, but I don't say that. I saved millions and millions of people. And don't let anyone tell you that Norway doesn't control the shots, okay? It's in Norway. Norway controls the shots. They'll say, we have nothing to do with it. It's a joke. They've lost such prestige. That's why I have such respect for Maria doing what she did. She said, I don't deserve the Nobel Prize. He does. When she got it, they said, wow, that's amazing. I thought President Trump would get it. President Trump does.
Dude, yeah. Norway does not control the shots. He did not save millions of people. He has not ended multiple wars. Machado doesn't even think he deserves that prize. She's literally just kissing the taint in an effort to be president. He is the most unaware fucking human being I've ever seen.
But when she was shot, there was another woman that was screaming shame, 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 right? You saw it. So loud. She was like a professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional. She wasn't a woman that was hurt, like, oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's shame, shame. She's screaming shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional. Dude. These are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly.
Dude, he's literally belittling. No, Erika Kirk is a fucking professional, okay? Erika Kirk is a professional. What is he talking about, bro? She witnessed a murder. Oh, she was a professional agitator. Dude, I'm holding back, guys. I am holding back because I don't want to get banned. All right? YouTube, I love you. I'm not saying anything. I am being professional right now. But oh my God, am I holding back, guys? Lord have mercy. Everybody censor yourselves, please. Pine box. Pine box. Pine box. Pine box. Pine box. My pine box. Lorem ipsum pine box. Woo! All right. Dude, brutal. Yeah, dude. All right. Now, can we... All right, most of this we all covered. I think a lot of people tapped out. Okay? A lot of people tapped out after this. All right, here we go.
Those people in Minnesota, but they really don't. I don't think the real people of Minnesota, it's a very corrupt place, and the elections are totally corrupt. I feel I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won that state since Richard Nixon. It's a rigged state. And the Somalians vote as one group, even if they're not citizens, and they vote as one group, and you get 600,000 votes against you.
They
all ought to get the hell out of here. They're bad for our country. Nationwide, those people.
I mean, it's in this moment, though. I know he's just being flippant and he's just whatever, being Donald Trump. But it is in this moment where you realize, like, what they're targeting, right? They're just trying to get every person of color they can out of America because it improves their chances of like winning an election. You know what I'm saying? That is like, I mean, it's brutal to see, but it is like an ethnic cleansing trying to make it so there's only white Christian voters left. Dude, I feel like I won it. Oh, I won Minnesota 4 times, even though I ran 3. Oh, they gave me a bonus. They love me so much. They gave me 2 victories. Oh, Trumpy. Oh. Dude, I ran 3 times. I won 4. Dude, AF1 turned around on the way to Davos. Dude, did it really? I heard that it like stopped and turned around. Dude, what a degenerate boss. Meanwhile, all right.
And, you know, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, you know, they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake sometimes. It can happen. We feel terribly. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who was had the tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But
no,
when
ICE,
I learned her,
ICE actually didn't say. ICE said, "You fucking bitch," is what ICE said, right, dude? That's what ICE said. Dude, Bryce, let's go. Where's Bryce? There he is. Real ones know. The Mets got Louis Robert and Bo Bichette. Dude, I know the name Bo Bichette. Where do we know that from? Boba Fett, Bo Bichette. Why do we know that name? Dude, did you see that? ICE didn't think it was a tragedy. ICE was like, you fucking bitch. Dude, what are we talking about? Bro. Shit. Dude, he was on the Blue Jays? Who was he? What position was he? It's like we recognize this is rough. I know it's rough. Dude, hit the 3-run homer on Ohtani in game 6 or game 7. Dude, what position did he play? Right? What position was he? I totally recognize that name. Dude, yeah, ICE did not feel like this was a tragedy at all, guys. Right? Oh, shortstop? Let's go. Dude, let's go, dude. Dude, I like the Mets, Bryce. I like my Mets hat. It's a good color scheme. I want you to be a Mets fan. Dude, you see that shit we sent you? Jenny made me send you that photograph. I sent him because Bryce is in New York City and the weather there was like, we were looking at the temperatures that New York was 18 degrees and like the weather there is like super shitty. So we sent Bryce a picture of the Los Angeles temperature, 72 and sunny. Dude, we're so mean, dude. Jenny's like, send that to Bryce. So, because he definitely wants to live in LA next. And so, dude, we're so mean. Oh, shit. That is cruel. Dude, do not listen to this at work. Yeah, I mean, dude, this is hard to watch because ICE did not feel bad about that shit, guys.
her parents and her father in particular I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump.
Dude, look at that. Dude, it wasn't her father. It was her father-in-law. Okay, for the record, Nicole Good, Renee Nicole Good, right? Renee Good got shot. She had been married to a man. She left him for a woman. And then that man that she left for a woman, his dad was a fucking Trump fan. And this motherfucker, right, attending a Mets game eventually. Good, Bryce. Maybe we'll go see one together when we fucking come visit. Good night. Love you, boss. Dude, love you. We'll fucking see you soon. Talk to you soon. We should get a call soon. I'd love to catch up and see how it's going. But this motherfucker, okay, did her husband die? No, her husband didn't die, did he? If he did, he died after she left him. Didn't she leave him? Right? I thought she left him for a woman. But I don't know what the story is. He died? Okay. But did he die while they were together? Or did he die after they broke up? Right? I'm not doubting that he's dead. I'm wondering about the timeline. But anyway, whatever. It's the man that she had previously been with. It's her father-in-law, okay, is a Trump fan. But look at what he's doing. He is sitting here talking about Renee Good, and he is talking about, oh, her dad. It's not her dad. It's her father-in-law, but he's like, her dad's a big Trump fan. Oh, yeah, Trump fans. Her dad, I'm waiting for him to say her dad was happy everything worked out because he loves me more than he loves his daughter or some shit like that, bro.
In particular is like, I hope he still is, but
he's a mental.
When I learned her parents and her father in particular is like, I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump. And, you know, it's terrible. I was told that.
Dude.
A lot of people, they said, oh, he loves you. He was I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation.
Dude, all he's doing is talking about himself. God, 25th Amendment, this guy. Jesus.
Her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans. It's so sad. It just happens. It's terrible.
Dude, what are we doing? All right, let's see the baseball clip. We got the baseball clip coming in hot.
We had a place called Creedmoor. Creedmoor. Did anybody know that? Creedmoor. It was a big, I said, Mom, why are those bars on the building? I used to play Little League baseball there, a place called Cunningham Park. He was quite the baseball player, you wouldn't believe. But I said to my mother, Mom, she would be there, always there for me. She said, son, you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big, powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually.
Dude, both of his parents hated him, dude. His mother hated him. I think his father hated him even more.
She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building. I said, boy, I used to always look at that building and I'd see this big building, big, tall building. It loomed over the park. It was sort of, now that I think it was a pretty unfriendly sight. But I'll never forget, I don't know if it's still there, because they got rid of most of them, you know, the Democrats in New York, they took them down, and the people live on the streets now. That's why you have a lot of the people in California and other places, they live on the streets. They took the mental institutions down. They're expensive.
It was Ronald Reagan that really started that era.
But I'd say, why does
and
that
then Bush.
Those bars, boy.
Yeah, it was Reagan and Bush. Reagan started it in California when he was governor, and then he continued that policy nationally, him and Bush did, of like closing those institutions and you know, essentially just moving a bunch of mentally ill people without medication onto the streets, and nobody would take them. And it was really the start of our like mass homelessness issue began right there with taking our most vulnerable and just putting them out on the streets, man. Brutal.
It wasn't normal. You know, you're used to looking at like a window. But this one, you look at it, all the steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. Designated Antifa as...
Dude, designated Antifa. Wow. Dude, what are we doing? So, I mean, when I see this, he may well be dying, guys. Now, simultaneously, while this is going on, okay, you ready? Now let's look at Denmark, because what was happening simultaneously as that was happening earlier in the day, we had the president of Denmark, right, get admonished on the floor in Davos for what he said. Let me find the clip. Right here, a Danish lawmaker. I guess maybe it's not the president, but it's somebody from Denmark. But
let me put this in words you might understand. Mr. President, off.
I'm sorry, colleague, this is against our rules. As much as you might feel, or the room might feel in this, we have clear rules about cuss words, language that is inappropriate in this room. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it is unacceptable, even if you might have strong political feelings about this.
Dude, so wait, where is this, guys? Was this in Davos or was this like an EU Parliament meeting? Do we know where this fucking clip was? When is this? Is this old? Right? Because I thought it was in Davos. Let's find this. Let's ask AI mode. So, dude, yeah, that's a year ago, bro. Right? See, this is what I hate, guys. Like, this is what I hate about our media climate. It's not Davos. It's from a fucking year ago, but everybody resurfaces it today to make it look like it's happening in Davos, because what it was is when I saw this symbol, I'm like, dude, something's going on here with this fucking symbol, where I'm like, bro, that is not, right? That is not, yeah, zero context, right? Dude, this is really fucking annoying, okay? It is annoying. Now, obviously, you know, it did not happen today, right? It did not happen today. It says, right, it has gone viral again and it's resurfaced, okay? But that was in January 2025. Let me put it into words you might understand, Mr. Trump. Fuck off, okay? And that was an EU sign, yes, right? Okay, Davos happened yesterday. Yeah, no, Davos, but this is like a European Parliament meeting or some shit, okay? Right? Davos is a very different environment. In Davos, you have like 5 chairs up on a stage, okay? Davos is a stage event, all right, where all the events you see, like Lutnick. If we look at Lutnick, let me show you how it is in Davos. You have 2 things. You either have the podium in Davos, where everybody goes up with the WEF forum thing, right? And they go do their WEF speaking at the podium. Or what you have is you have like Lutnick in Davos, where you have a bunch of leaders sitting on a stage, and it's kind of like a TED Talk or something, right? Where they're sitting up here and you see all the other world leaders because they're all seated and they're having their little thing, right? There's a second clip of that guy saying fuck off. All right, let's see where that was. Dude. But there was no weffing. No weffing in the background, right? Yeah, there's the wider shot. This is like an EU Parliament thing. All right.
Dear President Trump, listen very carefully. Greenland has been part of the Danish kingdom for 800 years. It's an integrated part of our country. It is not for sale. Let me put it in words you might understand. Mr. Trump, off. Dear President
I see.
Trump.
So he said it more than once, is what you're saying? The same guy, different shirt? Yeah, no, that is also old, but it's a different one, right? Here's one where he's wearing a white shirt and a red tie, and here's one where he's wearing a sweater. But all of these, though, are at the EU Parliament, right? None of them happened today. These are all, you know, I mean, right? These are all fucking, you know, this is European Parliament. This is like an EU thing. But people were repping it today like it was happening in Davos. Dude, brutal. Brutal. All right. Now, what is this shit, though? I saw something here in my thing that said, It says Trump shares vision for great president legacy in News Nation interview. Highlighted slashing the workforce, driving gasoline prices down, inflation down to 1%. What is he talking about, dude? This is bullshit. So this is really weird, guys. Okay? Like, I honestly think Trump's going to die. Okay? I do. I think he is going to die after watching this today and seeing this. Because, guys, this is his first year of his presidency. Why is he on interviews talking about, here's what I want my legacy to be? I think he got some information that he is like not going to be around, that he has some terminal condition, because he is not a reflective guy. You know what I mean? He is not a reflective guy. He is not like, oh, and he's telling stories about his mom on the stage. And he's like, you know, I know Keith Edwards had that doctor. I saw that video, but I'm telling you, something about this is very strange, where he is reflecting. He is like talking about, oh, I would like my legacy. Like, but bro, you literally just finished year 1. You have 3 more years. Why would he be talking about his legacy at the end of his first year? I mean, he knows they're going to get shellacked in November, right? He knows he's going to lose the House, and you know, there's going to be a power switch, and his agenda is going to die. But even then, he has almost another year. His imaginary little league, yeah, he's thinking about his mom. Dude, in reality, his mom was probably swilling martinis and taking Valium and shit, because Fred Trump was out there like hanging with the KKK and you know, fondling their neighbors. But, you know, there has been a recklessness with him where he, you know, you remember how everybody says Trump is behaving like there's not going to be another election? Trump is behaving like there's not going to be another election. I think because for Trump, there isn't. I think that he literally is like, he has gotten some terminal illness news, you know? Take care, Grant. We appreciate you. Dude, he talked about that baseball field. Like, and let me tell you guys, as me, I don't have an illness. I am in perfect health. I just went through a full battery of all my health tests. I'm in great health, but I feel like I'm on the backside of that life curve. Like, I know I'm heading towards the time where my body starts to degenerate and my health starts to degenerate. And I'm feeling a little more reflective and thinking about how I want my legacy to be, and starting to build shit for my family for when I am gone. Like, I am right now, you know, I am still pursuing my passions, but I'm doing it in a way where I'm trying to build something that will take care of the people I love when I pass, because I don't know how many more years I have left. But he is behaving in a way that is like a hyper accelerated version of that, where it just seems like he's, you know, trying to like, oh, I want to be a good guy now, right? So I don't know, dude. Something's up.
I would love my legacy to be that I was a great president, and a great president covers a lot of territory. We were safe, we were prosperous, we were doing well, we were happy as a country. I'd like to be known as a great president.
Dude, you are not going to be known as a great president, dude. Sorry, rejected. Yeah, nope, that's a big no on that, dude. Oh, later, Trumpy. Sorry, buddy. There's a lot of things you will be known as, but great president is not one of them, okay? Dude, no. The Knights who say nee. We're doing a little, dude, that's scary. We don't know what he'll do. Yeah, no, I know, Kimberly. I mean, something's up. Dude, do we have the Keith Edwards doctor? Dude, let's go. Thank you, Kimberly. Do we have the Keith Edwards doctor? Do we have a clip of that? Right? Did he talk to the doctor? Or did he Because I know Keith Edwards did a video. Do we have a clip of just him talking? Dude, I love this picture. That shit is amazing. We can go look at the video, right? Number one predictor for longevity, leg strength and endurance. Trump has no knees when he tumbles. Most memed clip ever. Interesting. Leg strength and endurance. Man, then I'm doing good. Man, I got endurance. You got a link? All right, Natalie's always got the links, dude. There it is.
For the past several...
All right, so let's find just the doctor interview. So he does interview him. All right, I want to just look at the interviewers here.
Probably, aside from the Epstein files, one of the biggest cover-ups in American history. Would you say that's correct?
That is correct. I have been, what I see from him.
Dude, I love how the doctor's got a fucking guitar neck, dude, right? There's mine. There it is. Right? The first thing I notice is homie's got a fucking tailor, dude, in the background. Dude, I had a tailor. I gave my tailor to my son when he moved to New York, but he's got a fucking tailor back there. Let's go. All right, he's got good taste in guitars.
I believe he has frontotemporal dementia specifically. And the context of that dementia is actually a malignant narcissism, which makes it even more fun.
Got it. And what got you kind of onto this path? Because is it just that no one else is...
He's not actually a doctor. Who is this guy? Okay, who is the guy that he's talking to? Do we know? Do we have a name for the guy that he's talking to? Because, I mean, we're talking about dementia, but, like, I want to find out.
As we were secure.
Oh, wait, is this the same guy? Is this the guy? No, mine, that is a Tacoma. That guitar is a Tacoma. That's a local Northwest brand. And that is the guitar that I took on tour back in 2005. I don't think it says in here. It doesn't. It doesn't say in the description. He never puts information like that in the description, right? Because Keith Edwards does a little bit of like, his content is a little more gossipy, TMZ style, Keith Edwards, right? Like he keeps making videos about Trump having affairs with like young women, which I don't think Trump is having affairs with these women. Like he had Westerhout and all this shit. He's like doing all that scandalous kind of TMZ energy Keith Edwards does, which kind of annoys me. Oh, there he is. Okay, so he is a ex-church cult member committed to intellectual honesty, but this guy is a former MAGA, I guess, who is like a physical therapist. I remember this guy, right? So Keith's got the inside scoop. So the thing, guys, is Keith is a political operative, guys. Okay, right? It is his inner sassy gossip man comes out. But so Keith worked on Jon Ossoff's campaign. Okay, Keith is like a Democratic social media. He was like a digital media manager for Democratic political candidates. Okay, Keith is a I mean, I don't want to use that term like weirdly, right? But Keith was a Democratic, like campaigner person. Okay, he's like totally connected to the Democratic Party. Like, I don't know that he's funded by them, but he was a worker. He was a digital strategist for Jon Ossoff and worked in campaigns. Okay, that's what he did. He was a digital manager of Democratic campaigns. So that's why he's going to have a little more of that inside juice because he worked with those people. You know what I'm saying? He's open about his recovery. What, is Keith in recovery? I didn't know he was in recovery. Good for him. But yeah, he's definitely tied in with the Democratic Party, dude. Right? Yeah, dude, that shit about Jasmine Crockett I found really sort of redonkulously. But Keith is a, you know, and that's what's really interesting though, when people talk about, like they talk about this, that, or the other, like, you know, a lot of people that you may like are way more connected to the Democratic Party than you think they are. Okay, because the Democratic Party is the left-wing power structure in America, like it or lump it. But so I remember this guy though, because this is the guy that did the physical therapy, right? It is like this. Hold on, let me show you. I remember this is the same guy. Let me see here. Right? Remember, this was the guy who talked about Trump's legs. Okay? Remember the guy who talked about Trump's legs? Yeah, no, Keith is in his 40s. And yes, Keith is gay. Keith is like 40 something, right? He's 40 or 41. Remember, this was the doctor that talked about the legs, right? I remember talking about him. He's like a physical therapist. So, all right. But I didn't know, though, Keith, somebody said Keith is in recovery, right? No, he's 40. I think he might be 41. Is Keith in recovery? Somebody had mentioned that he's open about his recovery. The speechwriter for Obama. I don't know. I know that the PodSave guys were speechwriters for Obama. But if you look at what is Keith Edwards' political background, right? You can, like, the AI will bring up some shit, okay? But he was a Democratic political strategist. He worked for the Lincoln Project, right? Then he was worked for John Ossoff. That's what I remember him for, was him being like in charge of digital strategy for John Ossoff, okay? He was a communications director for anti-Trump groups, right? Senior digital advisor for Ossoff in 2020. He was communications director for Nikki Fried, right? He worked for Bloomberg, and he was an assistant to New York City council member. But he's always been digital media, okay? He's always been digital media. But you can find a lot of this, like this stuff is sourced out there. But I remember him working for digital media. Oh, he's been in recovery? Yeah, let's see what it says here. Dude, let's look me up after this. It says there is no evidence based on search results. A third Keith discussed his past addiction. Another individual named Keith mentioned 4 months sober. Dude, look at this. Dude, let's see. I'm going to say this. You ready? Who is Political Punk? All right, let's see what the AI says. Here we go. Political Punk on YouTube primarily refers to Tommy Harrington, a content creator known for fast-paced ADHD-style commentary on news and politics across platforms like YouTube and TikTok, often under handles like @PoliticalPunk. While Political Punk can describe a genre of music or general anti-establishment viewpoints, the specific YouTube personality is Harrington, focusing on politics and humanity with high-energy storytelling. Who is Tommy Harrington? High-energy, rapid-fire delivery, covering current events and social issues. Also use the name Politics of Humanity. If you're likely thinking of Tommy Harrington, let's dive deeper in AI mode, see if it finds the Fortnite. He has been stirring the pot since 1969 and is based in Portland, Oregon. Describes himself as kind of loud. Uses his platform for social and political content. What else has he done? Yeah, no, it's accurate. In addition to his political content, also known as acting like Tommy, has had a multifaceted career in music, film, and digital content. He was the frontman and sole member of the indie rock band The Wanteds. He toured extensively, performing over 200 shows a year, playing every instrument on the 2004. Like, dude, this is crazy. He was the subject of a 2011 award-winning documentary, which won Best Documentary at several festivals. He also worked as a writer, director, and producer, creating the Discipline at Work PSA used in congressional campaigns. Like, dude, it's got all the information. Before shifting to political content, he was a successful gaming content creator and esports professional, building a following under acting like Tommy. He has performed in local theater productions, including a role in Fool for Love. That's where I met Jenny, was in Fool for Love. Okay, he has written several books, including titles such as Sister, Sister on... I have not written any books. Dude, oh shit. Dude, that's funny, bro. I don't know where this came from, dude. I wrote some books. Holy shit. I wonder if there's some royalty check. When did I do that? Maybe it was when I was blacked out, right? Let's see the book that I wrote. Book by Thomas Harrington. Sister. Dude, the book is $2.99, dude. Nobody's buying that, dude. I didn't buy the book. It was all right until it fucking got to the book. Sister on, dude. It's my new book, everybody. Oh, shit. Dude, that's hilarious, bro. Oh, my God. Dude, that's funny. Dude, what other online content does he create? Right? Active on Facebook. He has historically used Instagram for daily photo blogs, documenting his creative process and life experiences. In 2026, he continues to engage in trends and shares content related to his local Portland community. He transitioned away from his world's oldest Fortnite pro persona in early 2024 to pursue political commentary. And his Acting Like Tommy YouTube channel remains an archive of his professional esports career and rants. He has produced short-form digital series such as Dick Strange American Made, which uses satirical lenses to explore toxic behavior in American politics. He maintains a personal website at TommyHarrington.net. Right, and he uses the hashtag Indie Tales on Twitter to share near daily stories about surviving as an indie artist. I did the Indie Tales thing. That was back in like 2015. Okay, wild, dude. Oh my God, bro, that's so funny. You can just go on a deep dive, bro. He retired from competitive Fortnite and stopped streaming on his main gaming channel after reaching 100,000 subscribers. He described himself as a shooting star who achieved his competitive goals and wanted to pursue other dreams, right? His political punk content occasionally intersects with gaming. His original Acting Like Tommy YouTube channel remains active as an archive of his time as the world's oldest Fortnite pro, right? All right. Crazy. And then it has links to like why I left Fortnite and shit. Oh shit, bro. All right. Let's go. Pretty crazy. Dude, isn't it wild? Dude, let's go back though and look at where it says, let's look at does he align with a specific ideology? Progressive left-wing ideologies, strong anti-establishment and anti-authoritarian stance. While he has not explicitly named a party, he includes socially progressive causes, right? Critical of conservative administrations. He focused on child welfare, ending corporal punishment in schools. That's the discipline at work shit, right? He's publicly considered running for Congress or the state Senate, home of Wisconsin. His content often targets what he perceives as corruption or overreach in the government and corporate sectors. Dude, that's so funny, bro. Oh my God. And then it's got like links to my fucking personal website. I mean, this is pretty crazy, dude. It is pretty wild, like what you do when you can just fucking like You know what I mean? Dude, the AI. So I don't know if the AI is downloading all the streams and videos, but what I see mostly with the AI, guys, is I see it mostly like responding to shit that is like on Twitter, I think, on social media, right? And I mean, some of this, like the kind of loud and stirring the pot since 1969, these are things from my Facebook page, right? In my Facebook bio, it says I'm kind of loud, stirring the pot since 1969. And a lot of these things are clips from things like The Fool for Love. That's a clip from like a news article by the Willamette Week. So a lot of this is from scrubbed internet shit, okay? And you know, internet scrubbing and, you know, what sparked his transition from gaming to political commentary, okay? And it sparked by a lack of personal fulfillment in the gaming industry. So that is from my Instagram page. They're definitely scrubbing your Instagram page. Lack of soul satisfaction. Despite finding financial success in game, he never felt like this is straight from my Instagram post. Okay, that is straight from my Instagram post. Right here. Right? That is straight from this post. Right? Straight from this post, the soul satisfaction quote. Right? But it's paraphrasing. Right? And I think where I say here that, you know, I need to nurture my soul. I can't explain it, right? I discovered that while I did some soul searching, discovered that while, you know, being a funny entertainer, it wasn't enough value for me. I need to do more. I need to be more, right? So they're pulling straight. There was a nude. No, there wasn't a nude. This is Instagram. There's no nudes on Instagram. That was on Instagram. It was somebody in a bathing suit, boss. Don't get ahead of yourselves. We are on Instagram. All right. That is a legitimate profile. Don't get too zoinked up there, people. There aren't, right? Yeah, no, I want to talk about that Minnesota police chief. This is really interesting, right? Dude, crazy. All right. So there you go. Dude, yeah, no, Instagram is legit, guys. Don't get too crazy. Don't get too crazy there, guys. All right? I know you see some leopard print, a leopard print bathing suit, and everyone goes, uh-oh. Dude, isn't that funny? Yeah, I wrote 3 books, guys. That's what I found out today. Thank you. I'm going to be like checking out to see if I have any royalty checks waiting for me. All right, let's look at the police chief. All right, we've seen enough of the Trump stuff, and I want to see what else we got here. You posted the book cover in Discord. Nice. Let's see what we got. I want to see what else. Oh, we looked at the Erika Kool-Aid. So yeah, all right, perfect. So this is one of the last things I want to look at is this Minnesota police chief. So AI does pick up TikTok stuff. Now I will say this, guys, that so there was. Let me just tell you this, guys. There is something I noticed in there where the AI is not downloading my videos. However, the AI was doing something like I have used various AIs where I will upload a transcript of my YouTube video and then I will ask the AI to like thematically summarize it so I can look at a broad stroke when thinking about the title. I have the AI build summaries of what's in there, And then I try to build a title that encapsulates everything in the video to create watch time. So that AI is having a lot more insight into my political like ideology and what I think because of that work. I've used multiple AIs. So it is definitely picking up on that. Okay. That, you know, it is storing that data, which is crazy. And it's also storing the data, I'm sure, of what you search for online too. You know what I mean? Right? So that's really interesting, right? Like, I think it is, you know, some of that stuff. I don't recall, you know, spending too much time on Twitter talking about running for a state Senate seat. But I know I messaged some political operatives in Wisconsin. Like, I don't know if it's looking at my DMs, right? So, you know, dude, it is wild. Like, yeah, some of that shit is pretty creepy. You know? Yeah. But again, though, guys, the last thing I want to say on Trump is something about Trump's behavior today makes me think that he thinks he's not going to be around very long. And that could be related to him, you know, reckoning with the fact that they know they're going to lose the election in November. But it also could be the fact that he's gotten some really, like, you know, sobering information about his upcoming health. Okay? There is something going on with him, though, today that was bizarre, with the stories about the baseball and his rambling and his genuine concern of, like, I want to be remembered. And dude, that's not something you talk about in your first year, the first year anniversary. Like, you have 3 years of work left. Something is going on where I feel like he's trying to make moves to cement some kind of legacy because he knows he's only got a little time left, you know? Chainsaw, can we hit the fast forward button? I mean, dude, something's going on. Can I just share with you, though, guys? Look at this shit, bro. Dude, we got the Michael Cohen video. Look at that, dude. 1 of 10, 23,000. Look at the 2. The 2 of 10 has 6,000 views, dude. Michael Cohen is going ape shit, boss. I'll take that confetti, bro. That's the first confetti I've had like that in a while, dude. It's been like a month and a half since I've seen confetti like that, like a big booming video. Thank you, Michael Cohen. Thank you, Midas Touch. You need to have a dignified life, to have a legacy. Yeah, dude, he's not going to have a good legacy. But let's look at this Minnesota officer, because this was in the title too, guys, that we got to talk about this because this is Brooklyn Park, okay? Now, Brooklyn Park, guys, you remember Brooklyn Park? I don't know if you guys remember it, but Brooklyn Park was where Melissa Hortman lived, okay? Okay, Brooklyn Park was the police area where fucking Melissa Hortman lived. Okay, she lived in Brooklyn Park. Okay, and that's the neighborhood in Minneapolis where Melissa Hortman fucking died. And this is the police chief of Brooklyn Park, okay, saying, like, bro, we're getting a bunch of complaints, and like some of our own officers are getting harassed by these guys. Okay, so this is kind of significant, guys. Okay, this is significant because, you know, while Donald Trump is saying, hey, you know, ICE, oh, whatever, they make a mistake, we have the local police chief saying, fuck, bro, like ICE is kind of being a little overboard here. They're fucking attacking our own police officers.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Ruley, Police Chief of the City of Brooklyn Park. Behind me is a bunch of amazing police chiefs that are here in support of a very short but very important message that we want to share with you. What you won't hear from any of us today is rhetoric of abolish ICE or that there shouldn't be immigration enforcement. The truth is, immigration enforcement is necessary for our national security and for local security. But how it's done is extremely important. In fact, we have a long history of working exceptionally well with our federal partners, including ICE agents, and we have seen the best of them perform their job extremely well in the past. With that said, recently, as the last 2 weeks, we, as law enforcement community, have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally.
See, that's a problem. First off, yeah, dude, why are all cops thumbs, dude? Every single one of them are thumbs, man. You know what I'm saying? But what he said right there, I think is really, really important, guys, is without cause, okay? And this is the problem that we're having with the entire ICE thing, is the without cause part, okay? Because if you go get a warrant for a murderer or some guy who committed SA or some guy who's been doing some negative shit, you go get a warrant, you go to the house, you present the warrant, you take the criminal and go on about your business. Everybody did this shit, but it's the without cause. It's a group of like 7 agents walking down the street, just singling out anybody who's brown or anybody who has an accent or anybody they don't like, and they have the power to harass and go up and say, hey, prove you're a citizen and don't film me and you fuck around, I'm going to take you in. And they're flexing their nuts. And that without cause part is the part that Trump has brought to this, where all of ICE's like business, 90% of their work is running around without cause and just harassing people and flexing their power and their ability to, you know, demand you show them shit, or they're gonna like send you to fucking Texas, you know? And yeah, dude, now the thumbs are mad because other thumbs are getting harassed. And they're like, whoa, we didn't care when you were shooting citizens, but now that you're harassing off-duty thumbs, I'm the captain of the thumbs, and I'm here to say stop harassing the thumbs, right? It's really what's going on. I'm not gonna make this guy seem like he's our friend, because you know as soon as ICE leaves, these cops are just pricks to everybody in Minnesota, okay? Like, believe me, okay? Here, the cops were like kind of an ally when ICE was here, but the cops in Portland fucking suck, bro. They do. They're terrible. Nick Sortor's like, oh, the woke cops protect the protesters. No, they don't. The cops here are liars. They're cheats. They're sneaks. They write fake tickets. Dude, I got a bullshit ticket for not using my turn signal. And the cop was one of the dudes who wrote fake tickets to protesters. And when I went for my traffic court, I fucking called him out and went on a rant about how this guy, you can't trust him to give me a ticket because he's been cited multiple times for fake tickets with protesters. They've caught him lying on camera, and the judge like shut me down. And I'm like, how can you say this is not relevant? Like, this is fucking relevant. And the cop was like, why didn't you go to traffic school? And I'm like, dude, I'm not going to traffic school. Fuck you. I'm going to pay the fine. I have a whole presentation ready for your dumb ass, right? Because he was just a liar and a fucking sneak, man. Stop harassing the thumbs. Dude, these cops. But anyway, all right, let's finish the rest of this, and then we'll look at the thumb meme.
As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this.
The other thumbs.
Off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, prevented her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction, And after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left.
Dude.
I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers. This isn't just important because it happened to off-duty police officers, but what it did do is we know that our officers know what the Constitution is, they know what right and wrong is, and they know when people are being targeted, and that's what they were. If it is happening to our officers, it pains me to think of how many of our community members are falling victim to this every day.
Yeah, now that it's happening to the thumbs, though, they're upset. Now, let me just tell you, though, guys, and I want to link this to their voter ID shit, okay? Because here's the problem, okay? The problem is when you attach the paperwork to a militarized force, okay? I know they were upset when there was a vaccine passport in restaurants, but a vaccine passport was, we're having a health emergency, we want to make sure everyone's vaccinated, like your kid needs a vaccine passport to go to school. If you want to get into the restaurant during the health emergency, you need to be vaccinated. You weren't going to jail if you didn't have a vaccine passport. You weren't being dragged off and shipped to Texas or CCOT. You were simply not allowed during the health emergency to go into vaccinated spaces if you weren't vaccinated. So it wasn't really a show me your papers. It was show me that you can be in this vaccinated area, okay? Just like they do in schools because of health situations, a health emergency, okay? If they didn't have vaccines in schools, kids would just be trading outrageous communicable diseases and it would be spreading. Okay, now, with the papers with citizenship and with the voting, where it says, prove you're a citizen, show me your papers. The problem is the power of denial, okay? The problem isn't that, yeah, I can carry my real ID or I can carry my birth certificate, but if I'm brown and I have a thick accent and the agents decide we don't think this is real, I am going away anyway, even with my proof, okay? With the problem with the voter ID is if you have your real ID and you go to vote, if they are like, man, I think this isn't real, you don't vote, okay? You're getting bounced because they thought it wasn't real. So the problem isn't requiring someone to have ID. The problem is once you require them to present proof of citizenship, there is then an opportunity for you to be refused and to have you can't do anything about it until after the damage is done. And so that's the problem. There's not a universal right of non-refusal because we have already seen Hispanic people where they've not taken the proof. That boy in Target had his passport on him. They never looked at it. Okay, other people have shown their real ID to ICE and ICE have said, we think it's fake. You're going in, okay? And ICE is incentivized. They are making money by getting arrests and shipping them out, even if the arrest gets overturned, because the states are making money transporting them to the facility, and the facility's making money by interning them for a day, a week, a month, okay? So the thing about this is you can't have these, show me your papers for voting or show me your papers for citizenship unless we have some guarantee that there's no profiling and that there is an absolute right of non-refusal, okay? And that's the problem, is when you put that thing, even with the work requirements, guys, they don't put work requirements and other requirements on Medicaid because people aren't working on Medicaid. If there's a work requirement or some other hoop to jump through, that gives the Medicaid people the right to refuse you. Okay, whoops, you didn't do this right. Or no, that's not good enough for us, sorry. And then you're just out in the cold, okay? And so that's the problem. That's why that shit doesn't work, okay? And what's more is there are other people who've said they give their birth certificate to ICE and ICE just destroys their birth certificates. So now you're at risk of giving your passport to ICE and you don't get your passport back. And now you've lost your proof. I mean, guys, there are so many issues with this. So many. I mean, the issues are fucking rampant, guys. Just rampant of what's going on with you know, these you know, show me your papers. It's fucking bullshit. You know? Now, what's more though, guys, is they're doing other shit. Okay? Like look at what Doge. I mean, I don't know if you saw this, but look at right here, dude. Oh, wow. Trump administration concedes Doge team may have misused Social Security data. They had more access to data than previously acknowledged, according to a court filing. Huh, that's interesting. So now there's some shit going on that Elon took a bunch of data that he hasn't taken. Let's see if we can find that. Because they're building all kinds of, you know, personal, like, you know, ICE is also using fake facial recognition. I mean, they're building profiles of us where eventually, you know, like, I mean, you know, eventually, guys, think about dynamic pricing, okay? Think about dynamic pricing when it, you know, if they have the infrastructure control to look at all the leftist activist voters and to jack up our power bills or jack up our heating bills or start charging us more for shit at like grocery stores or whatever in order to try and bankrupt us. Or if you're a MAGA voter and the MAGA people are in power, every MAGA voter gets like a 20% discount on their shit. I mean, dude, there's a lot of room for them to fucking, to audit all the blue activist people or to, you know, be on the lookout to monitor your car, like set up speed traps or shit for you, you know, give you speeding tickets or harass you publicly, like because they know every Thursday you go to the fucking grocery store. I mean, there's a lot of room for these guys with AI to take this data and do this harassy shit. They've been doing it with activists here in Portland as it is, monitoring them and like, you know, like online harassment and beyond. So it says 2 members of Elon Musk's Doge team working at the Social Security Administration were secretly in touch with an advocacy group seeking to overturn election results in certain states. And one signed an agreement that may have involved using Social Security data to match state voter rolls. The Justice Department revealed in newly disclosed court papers. So look at that, guys. So one of Trump's advocacy groups that is probably, I mean, guys, when it says advocacy group seeking to overturn election results, you know what I think of? The first thing that comes to mind? 5 letters, guys. What am I thinking of when I'm thinking of an advocacy group that was seeking to overturn election results? 5 letters. Let me see them in chat. I know you know what we're talking about here. The first thing that came to my mind, TPUSA, right? I don't know if that's the advocacy group, but like that sure seems like it would be the advocacy group that was seeking to overturn election results, right? That's literally what Charlie Kirk did. All the fake electors in Arizona, they had the buses of people to J6. Dude, TPUSA was heavily involved in trying to overturn 2020, right? They were heavily involved, boss. One signed an agreement, right? So Elizabeth Shapiro, top Justice Department official, said SSA referred both Doge employees for potential violations of the Hatch Act. All right. Shapiro's previously unreported disclosure dated Friday came as part of a list of corrections to testimony by top SSA officials during last year's legal battles over Doge's access to Social Security data. Okay, they revealed the Doge team members shared data on an unapproved third-party servers may have accessed private information that had been ruled off limits by court at the time. The case of the two Doge team members appeared to undermine a previous assertion that Doge's work was intended to detect waste, fraud, and abuse, when in fact what they were doing is they were getting Social Security data to match voter rolls so they could try to affect election results, man. Dude, this shit is gnarly. All right. At this time, there's no evidence SSA employees outside of the involved members of Doge were aware of the communications with the advocacy group, nor were they aware of the voter data agreement. Okay. It's not yet clear whether either of the Doge team members who were not identified in the filing actually shared the data with the advocacy group. She said that email suggests that they could have been asked to assist the advocate. Dude, I'm having so much trouble with this word. With the advocacy group by accessing SSA data to match the voter rolls. All right, the White House and SSA officials did not respond to requests. Shapiro also revealed Steve Davis, a senior advisor to Doge, was copied on an email that included a password-protected file containing private information of 1,000 people contained in the SSA systems. It's unclear whether Davis accessed the file, and they don't know exactly what it contained. So some mystery file went out to one of his top advisors too. Dude, this is severely problematic. And Davis, of course, did not respond. And DOJ revealed that a Doge team member was briefly granted access to private Social Security profiles, even after a court prohibited it. Shapiro said the access was never utilized, but like, dude, I don't think we have proof of this. In another instance, a Doge team member had access for 2 months to a call center profile that contained private information. It's unknown whether any of this information was accessed. I'm telling you guys, they drained all this shit. They AI'd this shit. Dude, they locked the fucking doors on these buildings. But, her emails, but, laptop. Dude, they're cons, bro. Despite prior assertions in court, Doge team members were using links to share data through Cloudflare. Cloudflare is not approved for storing SSA data, and it is outside of their protocols. SSA did not know that Doge team members were using Cloudflare because it's a third-party entity, so we don't even know what happened to that data once it ended up on Cloudflare. Dude, brutal. Okay, this is some brutal shit, guys. Right? Cons, bro. Cons. Yeah, no, we should be livid about this. And you know what? Is again, this though, guys, this is why I talk about unity. This is why I have these discussions about like how we're going to get mad at AOC or Hakeem Jeffries or Gavin Newsom or who this, that, or the other. But at the end of the day, guys, we need like 85 million people to show up because they're doing this shit. Elon is going to spend another $300 million. They are going to send fake shit to black people and to Jewish people and to Palestinian people and to Muslim people. They are going to kick people off voter rolls. They are going to create lines and havoc at precincts where voters of color convene. They are going to rat fuck these elections in every possible way. Robocalls, pamphlets, targeted Facebook advertising, targeted Elon Musk Doge targeting. They are going to do all manner of shit. And what we need to do is we need everyone that's remotely on the left, everyone that is non-MAGA, to build a coalition to unite for every candidate that wins the primary and to push those motherfuckers through. And we're not going to keep getting do-overs, guys. You got voter depression. I do too, Johnny. Because at the end of the day, like, I don't even like these people, right? Like, I don't like Alyssa Slotkin. I don't like Tom Suozzi, but I don't want a Republican to have their chairs. Okay? I don't like, Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, who is a very reddish Democrat right across the water in Vancouver. But I don't want a Republican to have her seat. And so we're going to need to overcome, man. You know what I'm saying? we are going to need, like, we're winning with the fact that people want to oust these motherfuckers, but they have a significant technological advantage. Okay. And they started getting these advantages with the Supreme Court when Trump won the first time, but now they're getting them because they have our data. They have way better targeting tools. Okay. They're building profiles of our social media behavior and what gets us activated on Twitter and all this shit, and on Blue Sky and on Facebook. Maybe Blue Sky, they don't have that information so much, but they're probably crawling. I know fucking Jack did Blue Sky, but Jack fucking got Twitter sold to Elon Musk. So Jack is no fucking benefactor of ours. Okay. He's not. He's a fucking tech bro. He might be a Buddhist monk over in fucking whatever, Bora Bora, but that motherfucker got, like, without Jack, Elon doesn't even buy Twitter, man. That guy sold us out so he could start Blue Sky. All right. Have no, like, Blue Sky isn't this guy giving us something amazing. It was Jack wanting to start Blue Sky, and he couldn't make Twitter into Blue Sky. So he sold Twitter to the devil in order to be able to start Blue Sky and to use all the leftists and trans people that would flee Twitter. These guys are all fucking degenerates, man. All of these tech motherfuckers. Dude, Jack sold us out hard, which is why I don't really use Blue Sky that much, because I like it. I have a profile, but I don't like the fact that Jack sold out Twitter to create Blue Sky under the guise that he did us a favor. It's like, no, you fucked us too, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, he fucked us too. And don't forget that, okay? Do not forget that. They're like, Blue Sky's not our friend either, guys. Okay? Dude, you know what I mean? Oh shit. Oh no, is Trump live in Davos? No, dude. Is he? Do we have to watch this shit? Oh, fuck, bro.
Obviously, what he did was
Jesus, dude. What the fuck, bro? That was so loud.
فقدنا ما يقرب من 9 مليار دولار عوائد مباشرة من داخل قناة السويس نتيجة.
Dude, Trump's not there yet, is he? I don't think he's there yet, is he? Dude, that's not live. Speak English, MAGA. I guess the Reuters is the only one that's live, and some of these other ones.
Really an invasion. We will not allow our territory to be violated. After 4 long years, the United States is strong.
Dude, is he live right now? He arrived a little while ago? Dude, I am like, dude, it's hard to tell what is real anymore. All right? It is. It is hard to tell what is real because, dude, it is hard to keep up. So 6 hours ago, he said he was going to Davos. How long? I mean, he was in D.C., so how long does it take to get across the water? Right? Was he live? I mean, I feel like if he was live, this shit would be covered. Everybody's sleeping. Let's see. Let's find out when is Trump's Davos speech. Yeah, I don't. So his speech is going to be 8:30 a.m. He's delivering a speech at 8:30 a.m. See, here's the problem, guys. You ready? So the problem is like that Denmark quote, right? That Denmark of like, fuck you. Remember the quote we just looked at? So that's the problem we struggle, is that quote was from a year ago, but everybody, even myself, I thought it happened today, okay? Because everybody resurfaced it. So now his speech isn't until 8:30 a.m., which means it's in 4 hours, 4.5 hours, 5:30 Pacific time, 8:30 Eastern, okay? But what's crazy about this is it's like they're acting, it's 4.5 hours. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock there right now. So 4.5 hours from now, 5:30 a.m. our time. But there are like the internet makes it seem like he's live right now. And they're showing some speech from, you know, whenever. And everything is so filled with like, it's hard to tell what is real and what is not. Okay. And let's find out about Trump. Yeah, dude, no, guys, that CNN channel 18 is like gnarly. Okay, that CNN channel 18 is like India or Pakistan, right? It is, I think it's either India or Pakistan, but that CNN 18 is not CNN. It is like some fake shit, some international propagandized shit. It is always on. It's on 24 hours a day, acting as though it's CNN, but it is like super like sketchy, okay? That shit is like propaganda. That shit is gnarly, okay? So it says Air Force One turned around. All right, this was, the plane was heading for Switzerland, turned back to Joint Base Andrews. A White House official said there had been a minor electrical issue. Air Force One returned to Joint Base Andrews late Tuesday with Trump on board after experiencing a minor electrical issue. But guys, I think the minor electrical issue is whatever Trump's health issue. I think Trump is not going to be around long, guys. There was a fatalism to him today, both in the News Nation interview and in that presser. There was some type of fatalism in him. There was some type of like, I don't know how to describe it, but Trump is normally very adversarial, right? You know how he's adversarial, right? You're out to get me. He's got this paranoia. You're out to get me. You're after me. You're not giving me enough credit. But today, in that speech and in that interview, he was like, let me tell you about a story about my childhood, and I hope I have a good legacy. There was something about him that was like letting shit go in a way that makes me think he is very close to the end. Okay. That I don't know if he knows he's losing the election and maybe everything's a failure, or if he is really like feels like any minute he could be gone, right? The electrical issue, code for toilet clog, dude, code for fucking defibrillator, a minor electric issue. You see a guy run out with a defibrillator and goes up the steps. Hold on. Minor electrical issue happening. Dude, something's going on, boss. He's been drugged up and both his hands have been filled with IVs and the swollen thankles. You know what I mean? The thankles have been a crazy, like the swollen hands, dude. And I mean, what is he doing? He's drinking 10 Diet Cokes and 14 Big Mac a day diet. Like the guy is not designed to like survive a deep disease. All right. It says, White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt said Trump would board a different plane at the base, continue on to Switzerland, was expected to attend WEF. It is unclear whether Trump will make his scheduled 2:30 p.m. speech. again, it's 10 a.m. in Davos right now, and it would be like 10:10. He's supposed to speak in 4.5 hours, 2:30 p.m. Davos time, 5:30 a.m. Pacific time, 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. But we don't even know if he's going to make it. I honestly don't think he's going to make it. I mean, when did this article get printed? I don't know when this article came out. This article came out at 1:10 Eastern. So that's 10 our time. So I honestly don't know if he's going to make it. I don't think he's going to make it. They landed there 4 hours ago. Did they really? Are you sure about that? Like landing there 4 hours ago, this article was printed at 10:10. So that means this article printed several hours. I mean, maybe the article was afterwards. It's not like, obviously there's a little bit of a veil of secrecy with these times. So you're saying he landed in Davos, right? So it said 3 hours ago, it has Trump being airborne again on a C-32A. So if he took off 3 hours ago, he's definitely not in Davos, right? I don't know where you're getting the information that he landed. Dude, this is 2018, right? It's 8 hours. Easy. 8 hours, unless they put him on a Concorde. You know, they could put him on a Concorde, but yeah, I don't think he's landed. I do not think he's landed yet, guys. He is en route, but is not yet landed. So he's expected to land. All right, let's see when did Trump's second plane take off? There are no Concords? All right. Dude, are there no more supersonic planes? Dude, how dated am I? Dude, that I'm still talking about the Concorde? So Trump's second aircraft departed just after midnight, okay, Eastern time. So that was 9 p.m. when it took off, just after 9 p.m. So I don't think he's going to make it. He is not going to make it in time for his speech. You put a thing in Discord, I'm going to look at it. This is the plane spotter. This is the return. I mean, that shows us that he returned. Concorde has been retired for a few years. Dude, see, I'm dated. Chat keeps censoring the messages. Yeah, dude, YouTube censoring is crazy. I keep having videos get like age restricted, and then when I try to edit the age restriction, it doesn't even show me an issue. There's nothing in there for me to edit out. We missed a few from the start of the show. I went back and got the ones from the start of the show, boss. Right? At the very, very beginning, I did go back and get them. I scrolled back to the beginning like Grando Reaper and shit. Right? I'm looking through. Oh, I see there's one. This shit is gold from Ella. Okay, that says, LFG, glad to be here with you all. I missed that one, right? And then I missed Kobe. They're the ones who put in the countertops. And there was one from Stop the Stupidity. All right. Let's go. Couple there. And then there's one from Chet Chetler that said, you should put out some new music. And Chet, I would love to, but I don't have the time. And I like listening to music and singing along with the old shit, but I don't have any desire to write new music. Right? But I mean, should I? Sure. But will I? I highly doubt it. Right? Kobe said, but they vote for the guy who wears a ton of makeup. Right? Then we have Kimberly said, what will the neighbors say? Right? Stop Stupidity came in with another one. Dude, Ella said, LFG, we almost got a dance party, punks. Right? Tony said, Biden administration looking like perfection right now. All right? Then Ella said, goal! All right? Then we got a Tony said, a young, educated, hot, well-spoken mom prez home run. Dude, Toku said, dance party, biatch. And then Tony said, the problem is Newsom needs to do more for Cali. Right? Yeah, but Newsom now is running for president, so he's going to be a lame duck, dude. California is going to be hanging. And California right now, I'll be honest, the problem California faces right now, just between you and me, is that Trump is never going to give them disaster aid. So California is going to be struggling probably until 2028, right? I mean, dude, Trump's withholding all the aid for Pacific Palisades. Like, he's basically withholding all the money, right? And they're just pumping it into states that are taking ICE prisoners. It's fucked up, bro. It is. Hillary proved declaring early can hurt people. That's what Tony said. Tony said being more professional than Trump is nothing, though. And then sensing anger, too. How do you feel? That's from Tony. Dude, I missed a lot tonight. Holy shit, bro. Dude, so much went by. I'm sorry, guys. I've been bad with this shit. And then, other than that, it looks like we're all caught up. All right? Oh no, Paula said, how does MAGA even listen to him? Goddamn, dude. Dude, I am like a dereliction of duty, guys. I'm really sorry. And then Mark said, beef Bologna 2026. Midterms get here soon. Right? I'm operating, though, on very little sleep, guys. I've literally been sleeping like 3 hours a day for about a week. Like just trying to like fucking bang out. And I've been expanding to all the platforms, like releasing shorts on TikTok and on Instagram and stuff. And so my work schedule is not healthy. Okay. Let me just put it to you that way. I am living in like 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours. And then I sleep for like 10, like tonight I slept and fell asleep and woke up like at 9 making a thumbnail for tonight's stream. And then I'm going to go 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours. I mean, I'm just doing what I have to do to make this channel like keep building, right? I have to do this for like another 2 to 4 years of this kind of relentlessness and even more, right? Does it take a long time to make the shorter videos? So no, so Jenny makes the shorts. So I have Jenny making anywhere from 2 to 5 shorts a day, but then it takes time to post them because you have to post them and you have to title them, but the titles need to be specific to the platform. And like, I've not used Instagram politically. I've not used TikTok politically. I've not used Threads politically. So I am learning these new algorithms. And that takes time because every post, like Jenny makes them, but then I sit there and post and do different graphics on the screen and do different titles, and I'm learning new algorithms. So it's going to take time to learn. Like, dude, I've been posting on Threads every day and they don't get any likes, zero activity, nothing. And it's going to take me like a year to like learn these other algorithms, right? You know, you have to learn the nuances of them. You have to essentially become a student of the digital algorithm, which then is not just posting. Then you actually have to scroll on them and interact with other people to learn how the algorithms work, right? So what I've been doing with Threads right now is I have just been Like Threads is just putting whatever I put on Instagram on Threads, and I've been dabbling. I'll post like once or twice a day on Threads, but it's you know, it's weird because it seems dead, but it also said there's more users than Twitter on a daily. So I don't know. People are giving conflicting data. What I have seen mostly on Threads is mostly what I've seen about Threads. At least what it's feeding me is it's just feeding me like Instagram girls. That's what I see on Threads mostly. It tries to feed me page after page after page of like Instagram models, but in thread form with like, and so dude, it's kind of crazy, you know? Wanted to say suggestion, use the post on your YouTube homepage to announce the day's start time. Yeah, I mean, Jen Cole, I don't always know the start time until like an hour before, right? So, I mean, I could do that, but you know, I am pretty scattered. So I mean, maybe I'll do that, but then sometimes people don't see posts until, you know, hours later. So I think I'm kind of announce it on Discord because I can ping everyone, and I'd prefer to do that on Discord when I do know a start time. But like the start time is going to be a tough one because of my sleep schedule, it's not guaranteed. But I think joining Discord, I am going to start using posts to get people into Discord. I think getting people into the Discord is nice because Discord, I can ping everyone and instantaneously you can get an update, right? But yeah, I don't know. The YouTube posts are weird because sometimes they push them and sometimes they don't, right? But Discord is the one place where I can actually control the noties. But yeah, dude, it is a good suggestion, right? Right now, it's just hard. Like, I'll be honest, guys, right now, what is hard is that I don't have enough hours in the day to do everything I need to get done. And so I am just like doing the absolute best I can, trying to hit as many platforms I can. But it's like hard because I'm leaving a lot of shit on the editing room floor every day, you know, but that's just part of the process. I can't do it all. And one day, maybe I'll have the infrastructure to be able to do it all, right? Have I tried time travel? I'm trying, but it's not working. Yeah, right? Yeah, the Cohen video is good. Dude, prioritize sleep before you burn out. Yeah, but so don't worry about me burning out, guys, because I'm good. I'm not going to burn out. I have a very good, my thing is I don't prioritize sleep, okay? But what I do is I listen to my body, okay? I listen to my body, and when I need sleep, when I need more than 3 hours, I get it. And when I can operate on 3 hours, I will run that all the way to the edge until my body lets me know I need it. And I have a body worker. I get a full body work and cupping and fucking every week, dude. I have a body worker that I work with. I get a 2-hour massage every single week, guys. So I am taking care of my physique in a way that works for me. And I am a push the envelope guy. I was an athlete, right? I was a fucking championship swimmer. So I have been pushing my body and pushing my fucking, you know, I'm like an athletic body pusher. I've always been like that though, right? So I do like run my body through the fucking paces. You know what I'm saying? You haven't seen cupping bruises for a few months? Yeah, no, they've been there. Right now, they're all on my back. We shift shit around. But dude, I operate really well on low sleep. It would be great if I could get more, but I just can't, right? The kind of things I build don't allow me to get, like, I have to do it in shifts. I have to do that 𝗙𝗎𝗪 shit where you do like 3 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours, hour nap, 8 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, hour nap, 2 hour nap, 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour, hour nap, 8 hours, right? But you just have to listen to your body, you know, and sometimes it's taking a 2-hour crash, down on the floor. Sometimes I finish the streams at 1 a.m. and I go right to bed and I wake up at 5 and start editing then. Am I taking naps on the floor? Sometimes. Now, mostly I take naps upstairs. And I do. No, I eat. Like, guys, I eat a really nice meal. Usually some fucking, air fryered salmon and rice and a bunch of leafy green vegetables. And I read one of my Epstein books and I feed my leopard gecko. And that happens every night at like around 4 a.m. I have a really nice meal that I cook alone. And fucking something I do pretty much every night. Sometimes I cook up a ribeye steak, but usually it's salmon because it's really high protein, and the fish skin oils are really good for the particular type of abuse I put my body through. Like, I know how to keep my body going like a fucking machine, guys. I'm really good at this. I've been doing this shit. I need to drink more water. That I definitely need to do. I need to drink more water. I need to be a little more like religious about that. But I'm really good. I'm really good at fucking, like keeping my machine going. Okay. I'm very good because I'm a high performance individual, and I have always been a high performance individual. I mean, guys, I was a drug addict. And so to be an effective drug addict, you've got to, I'm not saying don't be a drug addict because it's horrible, but to be a good drug addict, you got to kind of be an athlete. Otherwise that shit'll kill you. So I was like, when I was a drug addict, I was an athletic drug addict that was, designing himself to survive it. Right? You know what I mean? Right? Dude. You gotta, like, to me, I treat my body like I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete too. I'm an athlete now with a little bit more of a stomach. But as a singer too, man, same shit, right? Singer too, you going on tour, like you get no sleep and your throat is getting thrashed every night. So, Slippery Elm and vocal exercises and doing all this shit to keep your body going on tour. I used to play like 200 shows a year while driving all those shows. I was out there alone. So I am like a fine-tuned physical specimen of being able to have endurance and knowing how to listen to my body and take care of it so I can like beat the shit out of it. Okay? Like that. I'm good at that, guys. All right. I think I am pretty good. And my last health checkups were like banging, dude. Dude, even my cholesterol is like still doing pretty good. But I have removed a lot of the red meat. Okay. I only eat red meat really once a week now. Once a week I will cook a ribeye and I will split that into like 2 meals. But that's one thing I have changed. Is I used to eat red meat like almost every day, but now I back that way off, right? I back that way off. Sounding like Trump? No, I'm not sounding like Trump. Trump is his weird battery shit, right? But I have a mania, and so my body functions different than people who don't have mania, Like that's just it, guys. When I tell you, and I don't know if this will help you. We'll end here on a little bit of a philosophical note. But so, guys, there are health professionals and there are guidelines and there are fitness guidelines and all this. But really, you have to figure out your mental illness. Like, what mental illness do you have? And how do you take care of your body and get the most out of your body in the way you need it with your mental illness? Right? Like that's what I think the key figuring is a lot of people, they take care of their body, but they don't figure out what mental illnesses they have. And I have a wicked amount of ADHD and I have a crazy mania. Okay. A lot of mania. And I don't have a lot of depression, but the mania allows me to run my body in ways that people who don't have mania can't do. Like my mania is like, but at the same time, I have to care for my body in a way that like my mania can shred my body if I don't care for it. And sometimes that care is massaging. Sometimes that care is eating really salty food to replenish a bunch of electrolytes and shit like that, you know? I mean, it varies. You know, you kind of you sort of have to listen to what your body needs and become a good student of your own body. So what mania is mania is like a relentless high energy. Like I am high. Like, you know how we say like either everything's coming together or everything is falling apart, like that Buddhism thing. I am like, when I get to the high part of that, where everything is coming together, I stay up there for a long time. Everything is great. I'm at the top of my game. This is amazing. I have so much energy. When I get to that place, I get stuck there and I stay there for an extraordinary amount of times. And then I get even more energy that then makes it hard to focus. Like it becomes even harder to focus. And so sometimes it takes me 6 hours to do what it would maybe take me 3 hours to do because I am so scattered, right? But I try to take advantage of those scattered moments, though, and just enjoy them and treat them like mini vacations from like my sadness and my depression and shit, you know? And so like, you know, I don't get a lot of depression. And when I get a depression, it usually lasts for like a day. And, you know, I get really down for like a day. I get really sad. I recluse up maybe a day or two. And then I go back to the mania. But I am like, the hard thing about mania, there's two main things that are hard about mania. Is one thing that's hard about mania is you can get yourself into, some people overextend themselves. And so some people will get so manic that, oh, I'm ready to do this venture. I'm going to go spend all my money on this thing. And they go take out a lease for a club, but they're like way ahead of themselves. So you got to be realistic of like, you got to be realistic of how far you extend yourself with the mania, right? And that's even to like, I'm going to get these 10 things done today, but in reality, I'm only going to get 2. So what I found with mania is I don't tamp down my mania of like, I still plan to do 10 things in a day. But what happens is when I only do 2, I don't shame myself. So I got rid of the shame of my mania. So I set out to do an impossible number of things every day. And when I fail, I don't beat myself up for failing. I accept that I am always biting off way more than I can chew. And so I aim for 10 targets. And at the end of the day, I relish in the fucking 3 that I hit. And then I leave the rest on the field and I go and find another 10 targets to aim at. But that shame part was really hard. And this is really important, guys, because everybody, whatever your mental illness is, whether it is mania or ADHD, or you're dealing with spectrum issues, or you're dealing with, you know, I say mental illness, they're not really illness. Whatever your mental benefits are, whatever your mental superpowers are, you have to figure out how to get the shame component out, because it's that shame component, guys, that fucks up the program. Okay. Even with depression, if you can take the shame out of your depression, so where your depression is just another part of your day or week or month that you go through, you can kind of just go in there and find good shit in there instead of it just beating the fuck out of you. So it was the Vipassana meditation and a lot of the EMDR work that allowed me to take that shame away. Because that shame is sneaky. That shame, that's sort of like where you can't separate yourself from your work, or yourself from your relationships, or yourself from your mistakes. That shame mechanism is like, and it's not about, I saw somebody say, I have no shame and no guilt, but you can have no shame and be a shameless person. Because I am a shameless person to a degree, but like the shame isn't about like being ashamed. It's about that like lack of separation, to where you hide these deep internal regrets about all of your losses or shortcomings, but you usually don't tell anybody about it. It's like that deep inner shit that you hide from, that is there only when it's you trying to go to sleep. and nobody really knows about it. It's that like being able to, like, I am not my behavior, okay, is when you really grasp that in a way, is when you know that you're setting free. And I'm not perfect with it, but that's a high component, is like I can do bad, but I'm not bad, okay? And that shame component is when we don't have clarity around that message. Like Brené Brown is really good with shame. I found, you know, a lot of it had to do obviously with being SA'd as a kid, and then, you know, like doing, you know, being, like I said, I'm very competitive and I'm very cutthroat. And so it's risky when you are a highly competitive, sort of ruthless competitor who will get what you want at all costs. There's a lot of room to like accidentally hurt people without intending it. And so like in my competitive nature of achieving, like sometimes I step on other people, like not intending to. It's just my will to get the win means sometimes I elbow people out of the way. And so that I have to deal with too. I have to keep a close eye on that, right? Because if you are ruthlessly competitive, you can fucking, you know, you can like trample people sometimes, especially people in your close relationships, your kids or your partner. It's real easy to trample on them and not even see that they need you because you're so busy fucking achieving, right? Do I offer a therapy channel? I guess this is part therapy channel. But yeah, so getting that part of me, that ruthless competitor, okay, in check and holding him accountable, right, is a very important part of my mental health routine too, right? Dude, it's really important. And I feel like living daily amends too. So that's another thing that I don't know if you guys do this, but whenever I feel like I have stepped on someone's toes, whether it's my son or you know, a community member or Jenny or, you know, my massage therapist or whatever, a friend, I try to like reach out to people regularly on the daily. If I'm even feeling an inkling of like, woo, I don't know, it didn't feel good the way I didn't listen to what you said there, or the way I jumped in and tried to like fix you, right? I try to hold myself vocally every day to like checking in with that. Is there anybody today I can make an amends to? And you know, and it's especially important with the level of, you know, angst I stir up on Twitter, okay? Because, dude, I am a wrecking ball on Twitter, and I am no filter, and I am creating, you know, I create a lot of, you know, MAGA havoc on Twitter, a lot of psychological warfare that I engage in on Twitter every day. And so it's especially important for me to, like, you know, if you're engaging in psychological warfare, you have to make sure that your own psychological warfare is not committing warfare on yourself, okay? And that is another thing. It's like, I think it just comes down to awareness, you know? Awareness is really, you know, it's a struggle, boss. Always struggling for that awareness, right? Trying to be aware. But these streams are helpful, guys. You know what I mean? Like, these streams are helpful. And you know, the way we challenge each other about politics, the way like I challenge you guys about Newsom or whatever, and like Natalie's in here challenging our integrity, and there are other like people that are very far left. I know Social Butterfly the other day was like, we had a discussion around Mike the PA that was in a chat that was really heated, but like she really like, you know, kept taking me to task. But I think all of that stuff is like, it's really important for us to challenge each other, but it's really important for us to be challenging ourselves to like, you know, try to take care of our own mental superpowers, you know what I mean? I mean, and like I find because of the range of people in this community, like we're not all just crazy far lefties. Okay, we're like, there's a lot of far lefties, and there's Hassan fans, and there's like Midas Touch fans, and there are like, you know, socially conservative fans. Like, I feel like there's a lot of different people in this community. And so I think us, you know, elbowing each other and challenging each other's viewpoints and yet not like turning on each other is just really, you know, it's really hard to do that. It's really hard to do that. And I like the fact that we always do it. You know, I like being held accountable. And, you know, I have a 20-year-old Gen Z kid who is very left, like very left, okay? He did not like Kamala Harris at all. He fucking couldn't stand her. And he voted for her. He did his civic duty, but he would not wear a Kamala Harris shirt at all. And every time he saw me wear one on stream, he was like, dude, you're killing me, Dad. But that kid at 3 a.m, man, he like, we sat down, we talked a lot about Israel, about Netanyahu, about Palestine, about Islamophobia, about my Islamophobia that was just ingrained in me from my programming as a kid. A lot of discussions that would go till 6 a.m. There were a lot of days where I didn't even edit that night. I didn't put out a fucking video until noon because my son had me in the kitchen having a 3-hour talk at 4 a.m. Like, you know, making me aware of myself. Okay. And I like that shit, guys. I relish that shit. You know, I relish, you know, like being challenged. Like, guys, your viewpoints are not valuable if you fucking don't challenge them constantly. You know, how is being an empty nester different? It's being an empty nester is hard. Okay. I'll do like 10 minutes on this and then I gotta go. But so let me tell you about being an empty nester. It's hard. Okay. Because like, you know, I'm offering a whole bunch of support to my kid, which I love, but like, you know, I'm hoping I'm not offering too much or too little, right? I still stay in touch with him as much as I can. Mostly being an empty nester, I've been working. Okay. Most of my being an empty nester has been just pouring into the work, being a little bit of a workaholic. And me and Jenny talk a lot about being an empty nester, right? So it's, you know, it's a work in progress. Okay. It is a work in progress. I mean, mostly what I've been doing is as I've been empty nesting is I've been like less contacting my kid, just sort of like letting him, you know, just letting him like figure his shit and the occasional words of, you know, whatever, but mostly like, you know, my empty nesting has been about like letting go, like trying to let go and right. And, you know, and like I did get a nightstand. Like I haven't really done anything. Like I took over the room he was in and I haven't really done much in that room. That room is just bare. I haven't really touched it. I did get a nightstand though. So I'm inching it. I feel like my empty nesting process is going to be like, I think it's going to be like a 5-year process, right? Like, I don't think I'm going to learn how to do it. Like, I think mostly what I'm going to do is I'm going to work and I'm going to like establish like financial stability. And then while I am doing that, I'm going to be doing bits and pieces of evolving like my routine, right? You know? So yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's weird. It's like, it's just very different. But what is good about the empty nesting for me is Jenny and I already had a routine that we did. Like we had a routine that we valued, like we had a parenting connection that we valued above, not above, but it was different. Like I had a relationship with Bryce because Bryce is not Jenny's kid. And Jenny had a relationship with Bryce that was a little more complicated and fraught with peril. But Jenny and I had an established routine that we've been able to continue in the absence of my son that has been really like life-saving, that we have a routine. But you know, it's hard. It's hard, man. It's hard, like, because, you know, Bryce was a friend, right? My son was also a close friend, okay? A close friend that challenged me in a very big way, that a close friend that, you know, like, brought me a lot of joy and frustration. But you know, I didn't just lose a son. I actually lost a friend that had, you know, inspired me to do things like playing Fortnite and shit like that. Like a lot of my career shit. I would have never become a Fortnite streamer if not for the friendship I had with my son. That's how I ended up there, you know? And it's weird though, because like, you know, it was complicated because sometimes that stuff was hard for him, right? But he's going through his own thing too, where, you know what I mean? You said you've been in and out of your son's life when he was younger. Only had him for the past 6 years. He moved out once, came back, moved out again. This time you haven't heard from him. Yeah, that's tough, right? Get to hold your grandbabies. I don't know about that, Uncle F. I don't know. He doesn't really want to have kids. I don't know if there are going to be any grandbabies. There might be, but I don't think as of now, I don't think Bryce, he doesn't want kids. Right? And like, so that doesn't mean he won't have one, right? I didn't want kids. I was hell-bent on not having kids, and I ended up having one. Right? Dude, and like, you know, but yeah, he's only 20. He's got a long way. I don't think right now he just wants to, you know, but we'll see. We'll see, man. But yeah, I don't know. It's been interesting. It's been interesting. I will be honest though, that like the way I have been coping mostly has been workaholism. Okay. Right. And though, but it's, you know, it's getting me through, right? I've been doing some workaholism, and it's also functional though, because Jenny is going through a transition where she is like hardly working now, and she is branching off into something brand new. So kind of like we've flipped roles. Like from 2016 to 2019, Jenny basically took care of the money and managed our bills while I racked up a lot of debt. And then in 2019, I found streaming after my film shit failed that I set out to do, even though I tried really hard. And then by 2021, I had made enough money to get us out of that mess. And now I'm doing the same for her. Now I am sort of like taking care of all the expenses and letting her just do whatever the fuck she wants for the next like 5 years while she goes and figures out her transition that she's engaged in, and where she doesn't have to worry about like working, where I don't, you know, if she can work if she wants to, or she can like play video games all day while she sorts it out. I mean, she's doing her thing. She's processing a big life change, and she's branching out, but those things take time, right? Sometimes it takes a year or two of like, you know, getting your bearings before you can strike out and get all the work done. But I am sort of taking the reins now, and it's her time to explore. And Bryce's too, right? Bryce's as well. I'm trying to do the same thing for him. I'm trying to provide him enough financial support where he's not spending his 20s just, you know, trying to pay his rent. Right? Like I'm trying to help him enough to where, you know, he knows he has a certain amount of shit covered, and he can fucking, you know, explore being 20 and like, you know, getting out in the world and having a life. You know what I mean? Because I don't think we should spend our 20s just, you know, dude, half of my 20s were like, I was unemployed, guys. And like, I kind of feel like it should be that way. Dude, you know, like, you know, like you should be fucking living, you know, you shouldn't be working 50 hours a week and just struggling to pay your bills. I know sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you get in a situation where that's required, but like, you know, if I can prevent that for him, I want to. I want him to be able to branch out, you know what I'm saying? Like there's time to do that. Like now is the time where I can work 50 hours a week, right? You know, like, but you don't want to do that when you're 20. You want to be like, you know, working as little as possible, dude, I think, right? But I'm a late bloomer. But yeah, man, dude, explore while you're young. Yes. See, I think we do it backwards. Right? We tell people you're supposed to work, buy a house, all that, have kids when you're young, but like, fuck that, bro. Like, don't have a kid until you're 35. You know, in your 20s, do not have kids in your 20s. Go out and fucking try shit. Move to a big city. Move to another big city. Move to another big city. Right? In your 20s, right? Like Bryce is living in New York City now. He's moving to LA. Like, he doesn't know when. It could be 1 year. It could be 5 years. Like, he has no idea, but he is going to leave New York at some point and move to Los Angeles. And I think that's great for him. By the time he's 30, he will have lived in the two biggest cities in America on opposite coasts. Like, that shit is, like, good. Yeah, I know with women, the fertility is a little more complicated, right? No, I get that. It is harder with women. I totally respect and understand that, you know, that like, but I think there's been fertility advancements too, you know, but I like, guys, let me just tell you this. Okay. There was a brief period of time when Bryce was in grade school and I was volunteering at his school and I was hanging out with all the other parents, and all of those parents were career people. Okay, they were like executives at Nike, or they worked at, you know, they were vice presidents of healthcare, or they owned their own businesses. They owned telecommunications companies. All the families there, they were doctors. There was a time where I was a little bit regretful that I didn't have a career, that I was out being a musician and shit, because I was in this environment where it was hard to feel confident and like a member of the group, because I was in this group of these established professionals. But I did navigate it and I was fine. But I did see the like, oh yeah, that's when I really felt my career panic. But outside of that little bit, it was also while I was doing a lot of my healing work. So I was also doing a lot of therapy at that time, but I navigated it. But other than that, I have not really regretted not having a career until late in life. I lived a very adventurous life, okay? And both in relationships and in partying and in, you know, I don't know, just having experiences, you know, having, you know, being homeless for a little while, not on the street, but homeless, living in my car, sleeping on the beach, you know, crashing at friends' houses, and, you know, other crazy shit, like, you know, having a no job for 2 years and not wearing shoes anywhere I went for 2 years, right? I lived in LA for 2 years. I didn't wear shoes. And like, you know, what was that? Was it stupid? Yeah. Did it accomplish anything? No, but I lived for 2 years in modern society in the 90s where I never once wore a pair of fucking shoes. I went to clubs. I went to the grocery store. I went to the coffee shop. I got thrown out of grocery stores. I got thrown out of clubs when they discovered I had no shoes. I got glass in my feet. I burned them during the summer. But for 2 years, I didn't want to wear shoes. I wanted to drop out of society in that way. And I lived that. And like, it was an experience, right? It was like, you know, you don't really realize what it's like, how beneficial shoes are, or what they really do for your life until you go out in the world with no shoes. And then you realize like, whoa, dude, that's fucking weird. Now, my feet are kind of fucked up because of that experiment, right? That experiment and being a waiter and being a bartender for years, my feet now have problems where they're cracked, and sometimes they're fucking like, you know, I go through a little bit of pain now, but like, I don't know, dude. I really enjoyed that experiment, if you will. Right? No, I was unemployed at the time, guys. that I didn't have a job. I couldn't have done it if I had a job. But I enjoyed like social experiments, and I've done a lot of social experiments like that, you know, where I've been a vegetarian, I've been a pescatarian, I've gone through vegan periods. I have been sober off caffeine for 8 years once, right? Now I'm sober off alcohol and drugs. I had various sobrieties of like, you know, and studying meditation, and, you know, I was in a Jewish fraternity, even though I was raised Christian. You know what I'm saying? I've just had a wide variety of really, you know, kind of trying to do a little bit of it all, if you will, to, you know, experience like, I don't know, just, you know, and I mean, I still do that. Like, I don't know if you guys do this, but I change my diet. Like, I don't know, probably every year. I actually shift my diet in a major way where I just start eating new shit. And I am constantly evolving my diet because like diet is one of those things where you can get in a rut. And some people like Jenny, she's really consistent with her diet. And me, my diet is always evolving. I evolve my diet, whether you know, where I get my proteins from and shit like that. You know, I don't know. But again, we all have to find what works for us, right? And you know, to finish the empty nesting comment, the hardest thing about empty nesting, or just the hardest thing about parenting in general, for me, has been trying to get to know my son on my son's terms. And if you're a parent, maybe you understand that, but like, my only experience of what it's like to attack the world or succeed in this world is the one I've lived, or the people I've looked at that I consider failures and what I've watched them do. But like, my son is an autonomous, capable individual who has a lot of things I have, but he's also wildly different than me. And so me, like learning to see how he navigates the world when I want him to do what I did, or I want him to avoid things that I fell into, right? Where it, like, me encouraging him to be like me could very well get him into the same predicament. Like, he needs to sort his shit out on his own. And so knowing when to let him sort it and knowing when he really needs help and shit is like, it's hard. It's hard because sometimes you'll look at your kids and you don't really understand them because they don't react to the world in the same way. And like, for example, I'm going to give you one example a recent memory. So for a while he was door dashing when he still lived here, and his phone was an old phone. And eventually the app required an update that he couldn't use DoorDash anymore, right at a time when he needed to DoorDash. And he got really down about this. And I got a little frustrated because I wanted him to just say, hey, Dad, get me a new phone, right? And I would have totally gotten him a new phone if he had said, hey, Dad, get me a new phone, because that's what I would do. I would have gone to my dad and said, Dad, I need a new phone. I need it today. Let's fucking go. And I would have forced my dad to go get me a new phone, right? But he didn't do that. And I was frustrated that he didn't do that. And he needed to earn this money and he needed to DoorDash, but he couldn't do it. And he got kind of sad, and I just let him get sad. And I realized I was getting frustrated, so I created some distance. And it is hard for him to ask, because a lot of times he doesn't have to ask because he has been given. So, and I ask for everything, and he's not really an asker. But anyway, that's a whole other story. But so, you know what he did was, a couple hours later, he came down with a gaming phone that I had given him, that I had gotten from some people that sponsored me. And what he did was he turned his phone into a hotspot, and then he put the DoorDash app on the gaming phone running off the hotspot of his phone. And he solved the way for him to DoorDash, and off he went. And he fucking DoorDash. And like, that's the thing I am talking about, was like, there was a little conflict because I wanted him to just come to me and do the solution I would have done. But he did a solution that was his solution. And he did that for a long time. And he didn't, get a new phone until right before he moved. I got him a new phone. And then we had a battle because there was a phone he wanted, but he didn't really want to ask. And so I ended up like forcing him to ask me to get the phone he wanted. And so he left here with the phone he really wanted and not just an iPhone. But again, like sometimes I got to force him to ask, like, because he's got to ask. So sometimes I need him to like, I got to force it. But sometimes you got to just let them figure their shit out, And like, but that's the thing. Like, I would have never thought of that, right? The solution he thought of, but he fucking solved it, And like, as parents, we are constantly confronted with this. And yes, like part of it is they want to do it themselves. He doesn't want me to fix all his shit. But then though, there are some times, guys, where he just gets in a pickle and he fucking calls me and is like, dude, I am in a pickle right now. Like, what do I do in this pickle, Dad? And then I'm like, okay, yeah, no, I've been in that pickle before. You got this. You're going to be fine. There are a couple times, right? Every so often, every like 4 months or something, he will call me with something where he is like, I'm actually nervous about what's going on right now. What do I do? And like, but that's smart too, right? That when he really needs it, he fucking goes and gets it, So he does ask for help. He just, only asks for help when he really believes he needs the help, right? So yeah, this shit is hard with parenting, guys, And I mean, I do the same shit, guys. I mostly don't ask for help, but like, guys, dude, when my channel got banned, when I got that copy strike and my YouTube channel got banned, I sent Brian Tyler Cohen like 40 messages. Dude, I was panicked. Right? Because I knew, dude, he was like the hugest YouTuber and I knew he had a YouTube rep and I sent him a whole bunch of panic messages, many of which he didn't get until like way later, but it felt good just to like reach out to somebody and he was the only person I knew to reach out to. And I was even like, I'm sorry I'm sending you all these messages, but I am freaking the fuck out right now. And like, but like, dude, that's the same shit. Dude, like, Brian Tyler Cohen is like a father figure of my YouTube, boss. He is. So when I really need help, dude, I go to and ask the guy with 5 million subs because I know that he like knows what's up with this platform, right? So, I think we all do that, man. Right? Like sometimes we need fucking help, bro. We do. All right, here we go. Dude, yeah. And my thing, you ready for this though, guys? I want to add a caveat because guys, there is nothing wrong with asking for help. However, there is an ellipsis there, right? You have to be able to process not getting resentful if you don't get it. Okay? That's the key, guys. That's the key. Asking for help. I will ask anybody and everybody for help, but I have developed a routine of when they say I can't help you, they get off the hook. Nobody owes me the help. And if I deal with difficult feelings about that, I work it out on my own because what I do is I respect their ability to say no, okay? Because they don't have to help me. The asking for help often just leads me to finding my own solution. But you got to be careful. You can't be asking for help if you're going to get mad at people when they say no. They have to, you have to ask with no expectation on the outcome. Otherwise, you really fuck up the program, okay? You have to, right? You know what I'm saying? Because I ask people for help and they say, yeah, I'm going to help you. And then they flake out on it. But, dude, I let that shit off the hook. I never put somebody on the hook. Now, if we sign a contract together or something, or they're really going to come through and they lie to me and we can get into some situations where maybe I have to put a boundary and you just don't ask. But the point is I ask the universe and people around me for the craziest shit. When I was a bartender, before I filed bankruptcy, guys, you ready? I was like $70,000 in debt, $80,000 in debt. I didn't want to file bankruptcy. So I asked the owner of my bar that I worked at. I had a meeting with him. I sat him down and I asked him to give me $65,000 in cash to pay off my debts. And I would sign an agreement to stay at that job and he would take my paychecks, right? I asked my fucking boss, the owner of my bar, for $65,000 to pay my credit cards so I wouldn't have to file bankruptcy. And he like laughed at me and was like, fuck no. And a month later, he fired me. And I ended up filing bankruptcy, but I asked, right? I asked. I said, here, let me lay out for you. This is what I want from you. And he was like, you are fucking insane. Like, no way I'm fucking doing this. And a month later, dude, he fired me. But dude, I asked, and I didn't get mad at him that he, that he said no. I just said, okay, then I'm going to file bankruptcy. And then when he fired me, I didn't get mad at him for firing me. I was like, I didn't really want that job anyway. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't know. I will ask for some crazy shit. And yeah, I was sober. I was 2 years sober at that time, right? But dude, I've asked for some crazy shit, guys. I asked another guy I know for $100,000 to make a movie. I've asked some crazy fucking shit. And I've gotten some crazy help though too, guys. I've had some people help me. Like, dude, you wouldn't believe the help that I've gotten from asking. But the caveat is when they say no, you can't be bitter about it, because like, let me just tell you, if I got bitter at that owner, right? That owner of that bar, if I had gotten bitter about him saying no, and then I blame him for whatever shame I have or complicated feelings I had about filing bankruptcy, I would then blame the boss. Then I would leave that job, and 10 years later, I would still be burning up about him. He would still be haunting me a decade later, but no, it was really my own feelings about bankruptcy and shit, right? So the thing is you have to have this realistic sense of like letting go and knowing your boundaries, that I will ask you for the world, but you can say no to me. And if I have difficult feelings about you saying no, I'm going to work that shit out, because that's not you, that's me. And I'm going to keep asking, and I'm going to keep like letting people off the hook, but it's very important, because if you're an asker and you haven't worked on that skill of not having expectations, you are going to end up being a resentful motherfucker. Okay. You will. Dude, you're going to be right. Or you're going to have a bunch of codependent people who are resentful around you because they never say no, right? This is like Kanye. Okay. Kanye has a bunch of people that will never fucking say no to him. And look what happens, bro. Right? Like, not good, dude. When people can't say no to you, Trump has a bunch of people who won't say no to him. Look what's happening, right? The bitterness is crazy. That toxicity you live in, or everyone around you is miserable because they're all like sacrificing their own needs to try and like keep you happy, right? Dude. All right, so that's where we're ending, guys. Okay? Fucking love you guys. Thank you. Right? Thank you. And somebody said new dance song. I don't have a new dance song, and we're kind of limited. I can have Jenny look for some music, but I like the Deja Vu song. It's become sort of a staple here. So we're going to stick with the Deja Vu song for now. All right? But it's time to dance. Thank you for another great stream and some politics and a therapy session and a fucking surviving Trump session. Oh, dude. Oh, fuck, bro. Deep dive session with AI? No, dude. Dude. Dude, no way. Dude, I will say I do ask AI some medical questions. I've been asking AI about like getting rid of the stomach, right? And parsing a lot of different information about like reducing the stomach. Like I think I might have to start doing vocal exercises again, because like being a streamer, with the amount I talk and scream and yell, like my diaphragm, like really, I'm going to have a hernia. Okay. I'm going to have a hernia if I don't like take better care of my diaphragm, right? My diaphragm, I mean, thankfully I was a singer who toured, played 200 shows a year for several years. So I went into this with a really well-honed diaphragm, but dude, I gotta, like, my diaphragmatic breathing with the amount of yelling and vocalizing I do really needs to be a focus, you know? Right? That's a thing I'm working on in 2026, dude. Dr. Google, yeah, no, I use multiple sources. Like, I don't just listen to one AI. I use like 4 AIs. And then I do my own research. And then I know doctors too. Like if I have a real question, I have a great doctor. I can always run shit by her. But I listen to my body. That's what I do, right? I listen to doctors and multiple sources. And I also, like, Chinese medicine is really big for me, right? Dude, Chinese medicine, you need to de-cigarette. Yeah, if you're cigarette smoking, guys, on Valentine's Day, I will be 15, 16 years, no cigarettes, guys, on Valentine's Day. I quit on Valentine's Day. I went through a really rough breakup. And on the Valentine's Day, like 3 days after my breakup, I quit smoking cigarettes because I was determined to, like, make sure that I survived that breakup with a very self-love sort of thing, ending nicotine. So I ended it on Valentine's Day after a breakup. It was, dude, that was one of the greatest decisions. If I look back at my life, guys, there's a couple of decisions that, quitting music to be a dad, and it was one that was the greatest decision. When I got fired from that bar job and I decided to not get a job, become an actor, that's how I met Jenny. Again, deciding to not look for a job when unemployed, when I had no money and I was like, I'll figure it out. I'm going to be an actor. That's how I met my fucking lady that I've been with for almost 13 years. And the other one, though, was like pivotal, was that breakup. I was newly sober. I had been sober for like 4 years, 3.5 years. I had been cigaretting and caffeining to the max. And cigarettes were really, like, they were killing me, dude. They were fucking up my chest. They were like thwarting just my general physical thing. And I got into this rebound relationship that was highly sexually charged. And it was with a young, she was like 21. I was like 40. It was one of those relationships that, she was talking about getting married, but it was like not healthy for either of us. And I broke up with her, right? Because I knew, like, I got to get out of this. And what ended up happening, though, was if I didn't quit smoking right there on that Valentine's Day, if I didn't, like, go to the gym and I started doing Bikram yoga and I fucking launched into this self-care regimen, if I didn't do that right there, I don't know if I would be sober today. Like, it was so pivotal. I was dealing with so much, like, it was a pivotal, like, healing moment that I started EMDR right after that. But it was quitting smoking on Valentine's Day, guys, that move was like a linchpin in so much of my recovery. It was big, guys. Huge. One of the craziest fucking things, man, because getting rid of nicotine is like all body. Your whole body gets better, dude. That shit is like, it's so much there. All right. So yeah, kudos. I hope you get it. De-cigarette. Oh. Shit was life-changing, boss. All right, you ready? Let's go. All right. Hey, ready to dance? I'm ready, baby. All right. Dude, your dad's 3 packs a day? I know! Dude, my dad smoked and he lived to be 91, dude. 91, and he was a smoker. But his body, like, his body, like, was not in love with him. Right? Dude, he lived, but he lived gritty. Dude, let's go! You ready? You ready? Oh, shit, dude. Let's go, man. Hey, man, what works, dude. Do your thing. Deal with the shame. Get rid of the shame, baby. No shame. Get ready. This be fun again. Neath your spell again. How come you're emotional? I just am. Abracadabra. 1, 2, 3. Please make them disappear. Whatever happens, promise me you won't leave me here. Abracadabra. 1, 2, 3. Please make them disappear.
And whatever happens, promise me you won't leave me here. Leave me here. I left him behind. See you guys tomorrow. Leave it behind. Thank you guys for another great night. Appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. All right, seriously. We're only gonna get one shot at this next 3 years. Good night. I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure together.